Chapter 34. Turbid Veritable Energy. The most turbid veritable energy of the world has a strange smell. It can burn. These were the original words of the great solar undying divine art. Burn? How could Wang Ku not understand? It was just like methane. Wasn't methane used for burning? If you want fire, I can just show you. How difficult is that? However, in the eyes of the surrounding people, it looked very strange. This was especially so for Chen Tianshan and Niemiju, the two nascent soul realm powerhouses. They had cultivated for many years, but this was the first time they saw a fire spell that required a match to be lit first. Indeed, the longer one lived, the more one learned. Today, they had gained experience from an insignificant disciple. Murong felt stifled, not knowing what to say for a long time. A fire spell that requires a match to be lit? What use do you have for veritable energy? Is there such a useless veritable energy in the world? Did you see that? Did you see that? I said, it is the Li Flame divine art, right? Why can't it release fire spells? If it is not fire-attributed veritable energy, can the fire burn so fiercely? Zhang Jingdao shouted cooperatively at Wang Ku's signal. Wang Ku, your cultivation technique, which mutates because of your physique, is really unique. Princess Serene Moon said with a strange expression. However, Wang Ku stared at Murong. Senior brother Murong, do you see that? The fire that you want. Is this fire? Everyone found this strange. Murong was rendered speechless. Where is the demonic qi? You said that I cultivate a demonic cultivation technique. Where is the demonic qi? Wang Ku asked again. Now that his master had a great backer, Wang Ku was no longer afraid. His spirit, energy, and spirit were completely different. Master, you have to uphold justice for this disciple. This disciple was just sitting at home, and trouble came from the sky. Even though I was in seclusion, there were people who came knocking on my door. They even injured the princess's servant. If Master wasn't here, I might have been slandered and chopped into pieces. Master, I'm your disciple. If someone slandered me for no reason, it's like killing the chicken to warn the monkey. I'm pointing my sword at Master. Master, please uphold justice. Wang Ku immediately cried to Chen Tianyuan. Now that she had someone backing her up, if she didn't complain now, when would she? I didn't. Murong said with an ugly expression, pointing his sword at Chen Tianyuan. Am I crazy? This Wang Ku was too good at slandering others. If not for Chen Tianyuan being here, Murong wished he could split Wang Ku alive. Not far away, Chen Tianyuan looked at Murong with a slightly gloomy face. Sect leader, I've misunderstood Wang Ku. But they really transported a lot of poisonous miasma during this time. Murong didn't know how to explain. Originally, he wanted to denounce Wang Ku, but in the end, Wang Ku released his genuine qi to prove his innocence. Then, all his guesses and excuses became slander. This made him unable to defend himself for a while. Murong, you must accept your loss. Wang Ku's genuine qi is normal. There is no devil qi. You lost one of Wang Ku's flying swords and 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones. Give them to Wang Ku immediately. Niemiju said. Wang Ku looked at Niemiju. The flying swords and spiritual stones should have been mine. You specifically brought them up and made it seem like it was just a bet. In the blink of an eye, you have resolved my blackmail? This East Wolf Palace leader is not simple. Wang Ku was about to say something when Chen Tianyuan nodded. You must accept your loss. Murong. Yes. I will give it to you. Murong replied gloomily. Wang Ku was even more gloomy. Master is giving Niemiju a way out? I still want to extort more. However, since Master had spoken, Wang Ku naturally could not push his luck. He could only accept the compensation unwillingly. 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones was nothing. But a flying sword? It was not something that could be bought with ordinary spiritual stones. Even Murong of Guang looked pained when he gave out another flying sword. Chen Tianyuan did not harp on Wang Ke's blackmail because Chen Tianyuan trusted Nie Miju completely. He knew that she would not target him. However, today's matter was indeed too strange. Nie Miju was someone who could not tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. She was also extremely prideful. How could she bully a disciple for no reason? However, what was going on today? She allowed her disciple to come to Sword Comprehension Peak and cause trouble? This was not Nie Miju's style. Sect Master, Murong of Guang is the descendant of an old friend of mine. Because of his good talent, his cultivation speed has always been very fast. He is also sought after by many disciples in the Sky Wolf sect, so he has developed a supercilious character. It is also my fault that I have not taught him enough. Now his temperament is not good. Sometimes he is even more impatient when doing things. Please take care of him, Sect Master. Nie Miju suddenly bowed to Chen Tianyuan. Master. Murong of Guang, who was not far away, immediately lowered his head. Master is pleading for me? Murong of Guang was ashamed and indignant. Temple Master Nie, what are you talking about? Murong of Guang is your disciple, and also an important disciple of the Sky Wolf sect. It is normal for him to be a little arrogant. He has killed countless demons and has contributed to the Sky Wolf sect and the world. How can I blame him? Don't worry, I will take good care of him in the future. Chen Tianyuan immediately said politely. Then I am relieved. Nie Miju nodded. Temple Master Nie, you are a little strange today. Chen Tianyuan was puzzled. Let Murong of Guang compensate for Wang Ke's bet first, then I will tell you slowly. Nie Miju said. Okay. Chen Tianyuan nodded. Not far away, Murong of Guang painfully took out a flying sword and 5,000 kilograms of spiritual stones and handed them over. Wang Ke did not take any action and let his subordinates take them. Murong of Guang, today, because of your jealousy, you targeted your junior brother. You were wrong first. Just now, the bet does not count. Now, you must apologize to my junior brother. Nie Miju said in a deep voice. Me? Apologize to Wang Ke? Murong of Guang's face changed. Apologize to my love rival? How could it be? However, Nie Miju's cold eyes made Murong of Guang's heart chill. He endured the discomfort and could only bow to Wang Ke. Junior brother Wang Ke, I misunderstood you just now. I have offended you. Please forgive me. Wang Ke looked strangely at Nie Miju, who was not far away. What was going on? Didn't Zhang Zhengdao say that she was a female fiend? Why did she suddenly give him face? Master was here, and the other party was so humble, Wang Ke could not put on airs. Forget it, I'll let it go just now. In the future, if senior brother Murong misunderstands me, please talk to me nicely. Don't fight without asking for clarification. Wang Ke nodded. Okay. Murong of Guang lowered his head and said with an ugly face. Nie Miju, who was not far away, nodded with satisfaction. Wang Ke, you are now innocent. You can extinguish the flame spell now. Princess Serene Moon said. Because the true chi ball in Wang Ke's palm was still burning. Extinguish it? Wang Ke's face stiffened. The flame could not be extinguished. Wang Ke did not expect that the egg-sized turbid true chi ball was so resistant to burning. It was still burning. Absorb the true chi into the body? Wang Ke did not dare. His body was full of turbid true chi. If he took back the true chi and brought back a flame, wouldn't his dantian explode? As for forcibly extinguishing the flames, the king could do so. However, if he forcibly extinguished the flames, the turbid true energy in his palm would be out of his control and spread. Once it spread, wouldn't all of you be able to smell that intoxicating fragrance? Do you think I don't care about my face? Zhang Zhengdao smelled it and frothed at the mouth. What would happen if you all smelled it? The most important thing was that Wang Ke did not want Princess Serene Moon to smell the intoxicating fragrance. Otherwise, the good impression that he had just established might, I haven't learned the flame spell completely. Wait a while, it will be extinguished naturally. Wang Ku explained with a smile. After a while, the turbid true qi in his palm would be burned out, and the flame would be extinguished naturally. You haven't learned the flame spell completely? That is to say, you can't extinguish it by yourself? How about I help you? Princess Serene Moon reached out to grab it. Wang Ku's face stiffened. If he was caught by you, the turbid true qi would collapse. I don't want you to smell that smell. No need, it will be fine in a while. Wang Ku immediately moved his hand away. It's okay, you don't have to worry. I am in the gold core realm. Your flame can't hurt me. Princess Serene Moon enthusiastically threw herself at the flame again. Wang Ku was sweating profusely as he avoided Princess Serene Moon's hand. Princess Serene Moon, why are you helping me like this? You can't touch my turbid true qi. It's okay, I'll do it myself. Princess, you take a rest. Wang Ku avoided Princess Serene Moon. However, Princess Serene Moon's bad teammate attribute seemed to be activated again. She didn't see that Wang Ku's forehead was sweating profusely because of his nervousness, and continued to enthusiastically help Wang Ku. This scene of affection made the eyes of his love rival, Murong Luguang, turn red again. Damn, I'm not dead yet. What are you two showing off your love for? You chase me, you hide from my grasp? There are so many pairs of eyes watching, you adulterous couple. Pa! Princess Serene Moon grabbed Wang Ku's arm, making the flame unable to escape. Wang Ku, leave it to me. Princess Serene Moon excitedly grabbed the flame in Wang Ku's palm with her other hand. After all, Wang Ku was only in the second stage of the Xiantian realm. In terms of strength, he was inferior to Princess Serene Moon. Now that his right arm was grabbed by Princess Serene Moon, how could he escape? Princess Serene Moon's other hand was about to slap the flame. Don't! Wang Ku's face was filled with fear. Princess Serene Moon's palm was filled with the smell of turbid true qi. His beautiful image in the princess's heart was about to be destroyed. Wang Ku was sweating profusely as he revealed a frightened expression. Not far away, Zhang Jingdao was gloating, as if he was waiting to see Wang Ku make a fool of himself. At this moment, a big hand, in front of Princess Serene Moon, slapped Wang Ku's palm and extinguished the flame. Moreover, the hand grasped the remaining part of the ball of true qi. Let me help you, junior brother Wang, Murongulfguang said while gnashing his teeth. Murongulfguang was angered by this adulterous couple's public display of affection. If his master was not here, he would have chopped Wang Ku into pieces. However, even if he forced himself to endure, he could not help it. While the two were exchanging glances, Murongulfguang could not help but interrupt them. He extinguished the flame and grabbed the remaining turbid true qi in his hand. Wang Ku saw that the remaining turbid true qi did not fall into Princess Serene Moon's hand, but was taken by Murongulfguang. His hanging heart immediately calmed down, and his heart was filled with rejoicing and lingering fear. His savior! Thank you! Wang Ku was covered in cold sweat and sincerely thanked him. Thank me? Thank me for what? Murongulfguang was puzzled. However, Wang Ku's sincere expression of gratitude did not seem to be fake. I interrupted your flirting and public display of affection. Why should you thank me? Anyway, thank you is right. Wang Ku subconsciously said sincerely. Murongulfguang. Chapter 35. At the entrance of Sword Comprehension Hall, Murongulfguang helped Wang Ku put away the fire spell, and Wang Ku was sincerely grateful. For a moment, the scene was harmonious, and Nie Miju seemed to have fulfilled one of his wishes. Nie Miju waved his hand, and a stellar energy barrier covered him and Chen Tianyuan. Within the barrier, sound was isolated from the outside world. Hall Master Nie, can you explain the reason for today's visit? Chen Tianyuan looked at Nie Miju. Nie Miju nodded. Sect Master, you should know about Princess Serene Moon's matter, right? That's right. The corpse Empress left the dynasty to Princess Serene Moon. As a result, the ministers rebelled, and Princess Serene Moon fled to my heavenly wolf sect. I've already investigated thoroughly these past few days. Chen Tianyuan nodded. Why did the corpse empress abandon the great dynasty and choose to leave? Niemiju stared at Chen Tianyuan and asked in a deep voice. Chen Tianyuan frowned and fell silent. You don't need to hide it. You can't hide it, because the corpse empress is a demon. She's a demon. Her identity has been exposed, and she can no longer control the corpse ghost dynasty like before. If she didn't leave, the ministers of the corpse ghost dynasty would rebel. She could only leave. Niemiju said in a deep voice. Alas. Chen Tianyuan sighed. There's nothing to sigh about. A demon is a demon. The righteous path and the demonic path can't coexist. If she continued to be the empress, she would only cause misery and suffering. She ran away. Why did she leave her daughter to inherit the throne? Niemiju stared at Chen Tianyuan. Because Princess Serene Moon is his daughter. Chen Tianyuan frowned. That's right. Princess Serene Moon's father is a human. He's a big shot of the righteous path. The corpse ghost empress saw this point and felt that no one would dare to make things difficult for Princess Yu. However, the corpse ghost empress was wrong. The righteous path and the demonic path can't coexist. Even if Princess Serene Moon's father has a high position in the righteous path, her mother is still a demon. The daughter of a human and a demon? How could those righteous ministers of the corpse ghost dynasty allow Princess Serene Moon to inherit the throne? Of course they had to rebel. However, for the sake of Princess Serene Moon's father, I didn't kill him. I just sealed his cultivation and left him to fend for himself. Niemiju said in a low voice. I know. Chen Tianyuan frowned. Look, Princess Serene Moon's father also has many subordinates, but when Princess Serene Moon is in trouble, does anyone stand out to protect her? Except for that shameless Zhang Jingdao. There were so many experts, but did anyone care about Princess Serene Moon? No, no one cared. Sect Master, why do you care? Why did you take in Princess Serene Moon? Niemiju asked anxiously. Chen Tianyuan frowned and said, You came to Sword Comprehension Peak today? Was it not to target Wang Ku? Instead, he is targeting Princess Serene Moon? What else? I've seen your disciple. Although he is a little cunning, he didn't go astray. I'm not worried about your disciple. But, Princess Serene Moon. Niemiju's face darkened. I remember that you let Morong Lvguang pursue Princess Serene Moon in the past? Chen Tianyuan frowned. Pursue? No, Lvguang misunderstood. I let Lvguang enter the corpse ghost dynasty as a general to get close to Princess Serene Moon so that he could monitor Princess Serene Moon. Niemiju said in a low voice. Then now? Chen Tianyuan said in a low voice. I don't care about the relationship between Sect Master and Princess Serene Moon's father. But, Sect Master, you have been upholding the will of righteousness all your life. How can you give up your dream this time? Princess Serene Moon is not a human. Niemiju said in a low voice. Her father is a human. Chen Tianyuan sighed. No. The union between a human and a demon usually can't produce a child. Once a child is born, the child will be half human and half demon. It's called the ghost fetus body. If the ghost fetus body turns into a demon, it will be a demon among demons. Niemiju said worriedly. If the ghost fetus body doesn't turn into a demon, it can also be the light of righteousness. Chen Tianyuan shook his head. Sect Master, have you forgotten the legend? Every body of the ghost fetus was the source of disaster. Other than themselves, they could not differentiate between friend and foe. Everyone around them would be unlucky. Not to mention that the corpse ghost dynasty had been plagued with disasters after Princess Yu's birth. The exposure of the corpse ghost empress this time was probably also because of Princess Yu. She can't be kept alive. She must be killed. Niemiju said anxiously. Nonsense. Chen Tianyuan said in disbelief. Sect Master, are you lying to yourself? Nie Miju said anxiously. Princess Serene Moon didn't turn into a demon. She didn't commit any sins. There's no demonic aura on her. I can't convict her. Besides, I've already sent someone to inform her father. With her father's identity, he will definitely take care of Princess Serene Moon properly. Don't you trust her father? Chen Tianyuan said in a low voice. Niamiju was silent for a while. Sect Master, I trust your judgment. But this matter can't be delayed. Oh! Do you think anyone can meet Princess Serene Moon's father? It won't be easy for the people you sent to meet him. If this matter is delayed, it might take a long time. What if someone with ulterior motives schemed against us? Niamiju said with a frown. Yes, Princess Serene Moon's identity is indeed sensitive. Her father has never come to the Corpse Ghost Dynasty to avoid suspicion. If someone with ulterior motives schemed against us, indeed. Chen Tianyuan said with a frown. So, I hope that Sect Master, you can go there personally. You can go and find Princess Serene Moon's father personally. This is the fastest way, and there won't be any mistakes. Sect Master. Niamiju stared at Chen Tianyuan and said solemnly. Chen Tianyuan frowned and fell into deep thought. At the same time, he didn't forget to glance at Niamiju. Sect Master, do you think that I'll deliberately trick you into leaving so that I can kill Princess Serene Moon? Niamiju stared at Chen Tianyuan and asked. Chen Tianyuan didn't say anything. Apparently, he had this concern as well. Don't worry, Sect Master. I, Niamiju, can swear to you. Unless I die, nothing will happen to Princess Serene Moon while you're away. Niamiju said in a resolute tone. Chen Tianyuan stared at Niamiju for a while before nodding. Chen Tianyuan believed in Niamiju's character. She would do what she said. Well, in that case, I'll have to trouble you to look after Princess Serene Moon for a while. I'll go and find Princess Serene Moon's father immediately. Chen Tianyuan said solemnly. Okay. Niamiju nodded. The two of them reached an agreement. Niamiju waved her hand and the soundproof enchantment dissipated. The two of them turned their heads to look at Wang Ku and his group. They happened to see Murong of Guang's face suddenly change and retch. The turbid vital energy was snatched away by Murong of Guang and didn't fall into the hands of Princess Serene Moon. Wang Ku immediately let out a long sigh of relief and was very grateful to Murong of Guang. Anyway, I should just thank you. Wang Ku subconsciously expressed his sincere gratitude. Murong of Guang. Murong of Guang was puzzled. He stared at Wang Ku for a while and didn't find anything wrong. Was there something wrong with the king? Murong of Guang, do you still have the yearning bead I gave you? Princess Serene Moon suddenly asked. Yearning bead? I always have it with me. Murong of Guang's eyes lit up. Murong of Guang turned his hand and took out a fist-sized bead from his storage bracelet. There seemed to be a small bug sealed in the bead. The bug had 18 antennae, extending in 18 different directions. One of the antennae was actually emitting a faint red light. Can you give it back to me? Princess Serene Moon asked. Murong Lu Guang's expression turned ugly. This was what Princess Yu had given to him when he left the Corpse Ghost Imperial Court. She had given it to him as a token of love. Unfortunately, he had never taken it seriously. Princess, you have already given it to me. Why? Murong of Guang was somewhat reluctant. However, Princess Serene Moon still took it from Murong of Guang's hand. When she took it off, a string of small prayer beads on Princess Serene Moon's wrist was revealed. There were 18 of them. Princess Serene Moon looked at the yearning bead in her hand and smiled bitterly. This yearning bead and this string of prayer beads on my wrist are a pair. Yearning bugs are sealed in their beads. This one of yours is a male bug. There are 18 female bugs sealed in this string of prayer beads on my wrist. I have also thought about it these days. Murong of Guang, I misunderstood you in the past. In fact, you have no feelings for me at all. This yearning bead was given to me by my mother. She told me to wear it at all times. Since you have no feelings for me, there is no need for you to take care of this yearning bead. You should return it to me." Princess Serene Moon sighed. "Princess, I have already said that what the East Wolf Palace said before was to deal with the demons. It was not my true intention. I have always had you in my heart," Murong Guang immediately said anxiously. Murong Guang felt that the princess that he adored in the past seemed to be getting further and further away from him. At this moment, he became more and more anxious. "What should have belonged to me is gradually being lost." "No, you don't. You know that the corpse ghost dynasty has been destroyed, but you are not worried about me at all." Princess Serene Moon shook her head. "How can that be? I just don't know where you are. Otherwise, I would have gone to find you long ago," Murong Guang anxiously explained. "If you wanted to find me, you would have found me long ago. The male bug in the yearning bead has 18 antennae and can sense the female bug. As long as you study this yearning bead slightly, you can find my location through the yearning bead. You didn't find me. On the way here, I have been deliberately not thinking about this matter, but you didn't find me. You simply don't care about my life or death," Princess Serene Moon said bitterly. I don't know." Murong Guang was at a loss for words. "It is not that you don't know, but that you have never studied the yearning bead. After you came back, you threw the yearning bead in a corner and forgot about it," Wang Ku added from the side. "You?" Murong Guang glared. This Wang Ku, the gratitude just now was indeed fake. Is there anyone who adds insult like this? Adulterer. Princess Serene Moon seemed to have completely given up on Murong Guang. No matter how Murong Guang explained, it was useless. "Murong Guang, you don't have to waste any more time on me. I have already lost the corpse ghost dynasty. Now I have nothing left. Even my appearance is already ruined. The me you saw that day was just the effect of makeup." Princess Serene Moon spoke again. "Disfigurement?" Murong Guang was stunned. Wang Ku immediately said, "Princess, actually in my heart, the scar on your face is nothing. Previously, when you had a mosaic face, I felt that you were as beautiful as a fairy. Now it is just a scar. You are still the most beautiful woman in the world in my eyes." Wang Ku's mushy words made Zhang Jingdao feel ashamed of his inferiority. In terms of shamelessness, he was still inferior to Wang Ku. How could he have the face to say such words that gave him goosebumps? Princess Serene Moon heard Wang Ku's mushy words but didn't feel mushy at all. Instead, she looked at Wang Ku and blushed slightly. At this moment, Murong Guang's face turned ugly. "Adulterer! You are actually flirting in front of me?" Although Princess Serene Moon only revealed her eyes, they were still peerless eyes. She should be embarrassed for me, but now she is embarrassed for someone else? "Princess, no matter what you look like, I won't dislike you. Besides, my heavenly wolf sect has countless celestial techniques. Whatever disfigurement, I can help you recover. Can you let me see?" Murong Guang said again. Princess Serene Moon frowned slightly. In the end, she didn't refuse and gently lifted the veil. Once the veil was lifted, the hideous scar on her face was immediately revealed. The scar was hideous and abrupt, but it still couldn't hide Princess Serene Moon's peerless beauty. This scar was not difficult to get rid of. Murong Guang immediately relaxed and gently loosened his hand. He was about to smile and say that he had a way to help Princess Serene Moon heal. This was his best skill. He could use this opportunity to win back Princess Serene Moon's heart. But before he could say anything, the wisp of turbid true qi in Murong Guang's palm floated up to Murong Guang's nostrils because he loosened his hand. A unique smell of turbid true qi instantly rushed into Murong Guang's mind. Smelly, unprecedentedly smelly. Murong Guang's prepared words were all choked by this smell. He only felt a roar in his mind. The stench seemed to go straight to the depths of his soul, causing Murong Guang's eyes to widen in an instant. "Blurg!" Murong suddenly retched in front of Princess Serene Moon. His disgusted gaze instantly made the gentle Princess Serene Moon's face stiffen. Murong looked at my appearance and wanted to vomit? Am I that ugly now? Blurg! Blurg! Murong retched nonstop. Princess Serene Moon. Niemiju. Chun Tianyuan. Chapter 36. Niemiju removed the enchantment and saw Princess Serene Moon take off her veil. The scar on her face was nothing, but why did Murong vomit? Princess Serene Moon was instantly angry. She was flattered by so many people in the past. Even if the country was destroyed, no one doubted her identity as the most beautiful woman in the corpse ghost dynasty. Just because of a scar, you think I'm ugly? You even vomited? Murong you're too much. Humph! Princess Serene Moon snorted angrily. At this moment, all the good feelings that Princess Yu had for Murong in the past were completely cut off. Niemiju and Chun Tianyuan didn't know the situation. But Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao knew. When the turbid true qi entered Murong nose, Zhang Jingdao's eyes opened wide, and his face revealed a look of excitement. Finally, someone had tasted his previous pain, and he was very happy. Wang Ku felt pity. After all, the amount of turbid true qi that Murong held was too little. Murong could endure it better than Zhang Jingdao. He was only vomiting. How good would it be if he was foaming at the mouth? It was a pity, but when it was time to hit someone when they were down, he couldn't be soft-hearted. Senior brother Murong, you're too much. What's wrong with the scar on the princess' face? Wang Ku like this kind of scar. The princess has nothing to do with you. Do you need to be so pretentious? Wang Ku glared and shouted with righteous indignation. Blurg, blurg, blurg. Murong kept retreating while retching. Tears were about to come out. Princess, stand behind me. Murong is pretending. In a while, he will definitely use this as an excuse to attack. Don't let him hurt you. Wang Ku shouted. Although he was talking to Princess Serene Moon, in fact, he was talking to his master, Chun Tianyuan, who was not far away. As expected, Chun Tianyuan frowned slightly in doubt. He stepped forward and put up his guard. After the choking stench, Murong recovered quite a bit. After all, Murong did not ingest much. Murong was also puzzled by his earlier embarrassment. However, Murong knew the elimination method. Who would poison him in this place? Wang Ku? It's you. Are you trying to embarrass me on purpose? Wang Ku, you are courting death. Murong angrily roared and was about to pounce on Wang Ku. However, with Chun Tianyuan here, what was Wang Ku afraid of? He immediately puffed out his chest and shielded Princess Serene Moon behind him, acting like a hero saving a damsel in distress. Humph! Chun Tianyuan snorted coldly. Boom! With a loud noise, a palm appeared out of thin air and slapped Murong. Murong was slapped away and crashed into a big tree, causing smoke and dust to rise everywhere. That palm was not made by Chun Tianyuan, but by Niemiju. His disciple was acting crazy here, so naturally, his master would deal with it. Are you crazy? Niemiju shouted coldly. Murong, who got up from the ground, looked aggrieved and pointed at Wang Ku, who was not far away. Master, it's him. He framed me. He poisoned me, he… Zhang Jingdao, who was standing aside, looked proud. Poison? No. That's the stench, not poison. You must have lost your mind because of the stench. Can't Niemiju tell whether you are poisoned or not? You are obviously not poisoned. Aren't you framing Wang Ku by saying this? Sure enough, Wang Ku, who was not far away, cooperated with him with an innocent look. Murong still wanted to explain. Shut up. Niemiju glared at him. Murong's face turned ugly. I brought you here today to resolve the misunderstanding between you and Wang Ku, but you don't reflect on yourself. Instead, you haggle over every detail. Do you act like a senior brother? Princess Serene Moon has no interest in you, so you keep pestering her? What did I teach you before? Niamiju said coldly. Aye. Murong Guang's face turned ugly. At this moment, many disciples of the Sky Wolf sect were staring at them from all directions. Murong Guang did not dare to contradict his master, but he was more and more angry at Wang Ku for making him lose face just now. If you target Wang Ku in the future, don't say that you are my disciple, Niamiju said coldly. Master. Murong Guang lowered his head bitterly. Not far away, Wang Ku was surprised. What's going on? Why is Niamiju protecting me? This shouldn't be. She is Murong Guang's master. Even if she doesn't like me, she shouldn't disregard her disciple's face and protect me in public. Zhang Jingdao was also surprised. He turned his head and looked at Chen Tianyuan. Is there something going on between Niamiju and the sect leader? Well, temple leader Nia, all the disciples are watching. You don't have to reprimand him like this. Otherwise, it will damage his prestige as a senior brother. Chen Tianyuan sighed slightly. What a disgrace. You don't have to stay here. Go back and reflect on your mistakes, Niamiju said coldly. Niamiju's eyes seemed to be anxious. She was anxious for her disciple's failure to live up to her expectations, because Niamiju had already seen that Murong Guang was telling the truth. He was really tricked by Wang Ku, and he didn't even know how he was tricked. And he still wanted to flare up? Where is your shrewdness? Don't you know how to use your brain when you see a woman? Murong Guang wanted to explain, but when he saw Niamiju's cold eyes, he could only kneel down in depression. Yes. He turned his head and glared hatefully at Wang Ku, then stepped on his flying sword and left quickly. Niamiju then stared at Wang Ku. Wang Ku's face stiffened. This Niamiju's face was like a dead man's. It was really frightening. Did he see the reason just now? Wang Ku. Niamiju asked in a low voice. Disciple is here. Wang Ku immediately bowed. You are the sect leader's disciple. Originally, I shouldn't be scolding you. However, the sect leader is soft-hearted, and some words can't be said. So, I can only say a few words. Niamiju said coldly. Chen Tianyuan frowned slightly, but he didn't stop Niamiju. Wang Ku was also puzzled, but he still said respectfully, Disciple is listening. Do you like Princess Serene Moon? Niamiju asked in a low voice. Wang Ku was stunned. What's going on? Do all the elders in the sect like to gossip? You also want to care about this? Princess Serene Moon was also stunned. She didn't expect Niamiju to be so direct. Princess Serene Moon blushed, but she still looked at Wang Ku. Yes. Wang Ku didn't refuse. At this time, how could Wang Ku deny in front of Princess Serene Moon? Wang Ku wasn't stupid. Cut off your thoughts, Niamiju said in a low voice. Wang Ku was stunned. Isn't it too sudden to break up an affectionate couple? So direct? Wang Ku looked at Chen Tianyuan, but Chen Tianyuan didn't say anything. Princess Serene Moon was also puzzled. Hall Master Nia, what do you mean? Wang Ku said with an unfriendly expression. You are the sect leader's disciple, or else I wouldn't be so nosy. I'm doing this for your own good, Niamiju said in a low voice. Wang Ku, do you think I'll believe you? You want me to cut off this thought and let your disciple do it? Are you kidding me? Besides, how can I back off in front of the princess? This is the first time I've been electrocuted in all these years on this planet. Hall Master Nia, do you have someone you like? Wang Ku asked in a low voice. Niamiju's face suddenly darkened. A murderous aura was emitted from Niamiju's body, so much so that the surrounding air became cold. Wang Ku, how dare you? Chen Tianyuan's face changed and shouted. Seeing that his master was angry, Wang Ku immediately understood that he might have touched Niamiju's sore spot. Niamiju must have been provoked, and he couldn't provoke her anymore. Hall Master Nye, what I mean is, let us handle our own matters. Wang Ku immediately cooperated with his master to comfort Nye Miju. Nye Miju took a deep breath and suppressed the irritation and coldness in her heart. Then, she looked at Wang Ku again. How long have you seen Princess Serene Moon? Do you know her? Do you know her identity? Are you worthy of her? You're just lusting after her body, aren't you? Nye Miju said in a low voice. Wang Ku was stunned. Yes. If I'm not lusting after her, how can I like her? Nye Miju. For some reason, Wang Ku choked on Nye Miju's words. Nye Miju glanced at Chen Tianyuan as if to say, what kind of disciple did you take? Can't you understand my words? How am I supposed to continue? Forget it, I won't say any more. Sect Master, you can talk to him yourself. Humph. Nye Miju flung her sleeves and walked away. Chen Tianyuan looked at Wang Ku strangely. Master, what did I say wrong? Why did Hall Master Nye say those words just now, and even look as if it was for my own good? Wang Ku asked curiously. Chen Tianyuan opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. Hall Master Nye is also a pitiful person. You're not allowed to complain about Hall Master Nye behind her back in the future. She was indeed thinking for your sake just now. Chen Tianyuan sighed softly in the end. Wang Ku. At the side, Princess Serene Moon frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. I'm going out for a while. While I'm out, you must protect Princess Serene Moon well. Chen Tianyuan said in a low voice. Yes, Master. Wang Ku naturally agreed. Originally, I thought that you would be the same as me, choosing the Divine Storm skill so that I could pass on my sword skills to you. Unfortunately, you chose the Divine Flame skill. I don't know if my sword skills are suitable for you. However, I will still teach you my sword art called the Myriad Sword Art. Master will now teach you a sword intent. Try and see if you can learn it. Chen Tianyuan said solemnly. Wang Ku bowed respectfully. I've troubled Master. Chen Tianyuan stretched out his hand and pointed. A small green sword seemed to appear at his fingertip, and instantly pointed at Wang Ku's forehead. The sword intent instantly rushed towards Wang Ku's forehead. Wang Ku closed his eyes. It was as if he saw a figure of light rapidly practicing some kind of sword technique. In an instant, Wang Ku was motionless and immersed in it. He entered a meditative state just like that? Sect Master, this sword intent is so powerful? It can be taught like this? Can you teach it to me as well? I also practice sword arts. Zhang Jingdao's eyes were red with jealousy. This Wang Ku was so lucky to have become Chen Tianyuan's disciple. His sword Dao was so strong that he could actually condense sword intent to teach. Chen Tianyuan ignored Zhang Jingdao and looked at Wang Ku's subordinate. The longer Wang Ku meditates, the deeper his comprehension will be. It may take a few days. Take good care of Wang Ku and don't let anyone disturb him. Chen Tianyuan instructed. Yes. Wang Ku's subordinates responded. Princess Serene Moon, during this period, I'll have to trouble you to stay at Sword Comprehension Peak and wait for my return. Chen Tianyuan said. Okay. Princess Serene Moon nodded. Princess Serene Moon's heart was still pounding from Wang Ku's public confession earlier. Now, she only wanted to return to her room immediately. How could she listen to anything else? Chen Tianyuan settled Wang Ku down and stepped on his flying sword. He instantly rushed out of the Sky Wolf sect and disappeared before everyone's eyes. At the entrance of the East Wolf Palace, Nye Miju watched as Chen Tianyuan left. A look of guilt flashed across his eyes. Sect Master, this is the last time. Allow me to be presumptuous. I can't do what I promised you. Nye Miju smiled bitterly. Turning his head, Nye Miju looked at Sword Comprehension Peak and the courtyard where Princess Serene Moon was. A murderous look flashed across his eyes. Chapter 37. Sword Comprehension Peak. Didn't Chen Tianyuan say that Wang Ku would wake up after a few days? It's been more than half a month. Is Chen Tianyuan reliable? Zhang Jingdao said anxiously as he surrounded Wang Ku. Wang Ku's subordinates, who were standing around him, were also anxious. Exalted Immortal Zhang, before sect leader Chen left, he seemed to have said that the longer one meditates, the deeper the patriarch's comprehension is? One of Wang Ku's subordinates asked curiously. Yes, but isn't this too long? It's been more than half a month. He's not a sword maniac. It can't be so exaggerated. There must be a problem somewhere. No, I'll wake him up. Zhang Jingdao was about to go forward. Buzz. Wang Ku opened his eyes. 2 beams of sword light seemed to shoot out from his eyes and disappeared in a flash. Patriarch, you're awake? That's great. The subordinates exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Jingdao rubbed his eyes. Did I see wrongly just now? Did Wang Ku's eyes shoot out the light of sword intent just now? That's impossible. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Wang Ku woke up. At the same time, he was shocked. Great solar undying divine sword? Ancestor, you left me something good. It can actually help me comprehend the sword intent that Master left for me? That's incredible! Wang Ku exclaimed in his heart. Wang Ku, you've been meditating for more than 10 days. How is it? How much have you comprehended? Have you learned the basics? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. Wang Ku rolled his eyes. What a joke. Why would he tell you such a thing? Why are you all surrounding me? Wang Ku asked curiously. Patriarch, we're being watched, one of the subordinates said with an ugly expression. Oh! Wang Ku's expression shook as he said solemnly. Some time ago we collected too much poison, miasma, and filth. In the words of the Patriarch, we disrupted the market order of the 100,000 mountains, causing a shortage of these things and causing prices to rise. As a result, we were targeted. Those people have already found the wolf immortal town. That subordinate said. Zhang Jingdao nodded his head. Those things are used by devil cultivators. No wonder Morong of Guang suspected you. You were practicing martial arts and attracted the disciples of devil sect. In Wolf Immortal Town? Wang Ku frowned slightly. Yes, all the poisonous creatures are gathered at the Immortal Wolf Town outside the sect and then transported into the Heavenly Wolf sect. Our big house has already been targeted. A few days ago, that group of people came to the Immortal Wolf Town to inquire about us. They even bought the house next to ours. The subordinate said respectfully. The house next door is also ours. You sold it well. Wang Ku nodded. Of course. We have been running the Immortal Wolf Town for more than 10 years. How could it be monitored by others? That group of people is monitoring our main house, so we took advantage of the situation to monitor them. The subordinate said. Are you sure it's devil sect? Wang Ku frowned. Yes, we didn't dare to inquire too much. However, we heard a little of their conversation. They claimed to be from the Great Een demonic sect. The subordinate said. Great Een demonic sect? One of the 4 top sects of the 100,000 mountains. Wang Ku frowned. Last time, the Devil Lord planned to destroy the Heavenly Wolf sect. It was the sect leader of the Great Een demonic sect. Wang Ku, you have to be careful. You have been targeted by the Great Een demonic sect. Zhang Jingdao gloated. Wang Ku looked at Zhang Jingdao. The one who bought the poison was not me. Zhang Jingdao was stunned for a moment before his face stiffened. This was because the person who had gone to buy all sorts of demonic cultivator materials seemed to be him. In other words, it wasn't Wang Ku who had been targeted, but himself? Wang Ku, you. Zhang Jingdao was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Why am I the unlucky one again? By the way, Zhang Jingdao, I have always been in the Mortal District and various immortal towns. I don't know much about the immortal sect. Tell me, what kind of existence is the Great Een demonic sect? Wang Ku looked at Zhang Jingdao curiously. Great Een demonic sect? What kind of existence? There are many immortal sects in the 100,000 mountains. Do you know which one is the top immortal sect? Zhang Jingdao asked. Nonsense, the 4 top immortal sects are the Heavenly Wolf sect, the Golden Crow sect, the Blood Crossing Temple, and the Great Demonic sect. All the immortal cultivation clans aim to enter these 4 immortal sects. Wang Ku said in a deep voice. The Heavenly Wolf sect, the Golden Crow sect, and the Blood Crossing Temple are the righteous Tao. The Great Demonic sect is the Devil Tao. In these years, there have been countless battles between the righteous Tao and the Devil Tao, but no one can do anything to the other. What do you think of the Great Demonic sect? Zhang Jingdao said. The Great Demonic sect? 1 against 3? They are so powerful? Wang Ku said in shock. They might not be able to fight 1 against 3 if they fight force with force, but it is a kind of balance now. I don't know the details, but we are definitely in trouble now that we are targeted by the Great Demonic sect, Zhang Jingdao said with a bitter face. Don't talk nonsense. You are the one who is being targeted, not me. Wang Ku said immediately. Zhang Jingdao. Wang Ku looked at his subordinate. Have our people left the main residence? Yes, we have already arranged everything according to the Patriarch's emergency measures. That subordinate said respectfully. That's good. Wang Ku nodded. What do you mean that's good? What do we do now? Why don't we inform the Heavenly Wolf sect and have them kill all the disciples of the Great Demonic sect? Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. Is there any benefit for us if we inform the Heavenly Wolf sect to kill the Great Demonic sect? Wang Ku stared at Zhang Jingdao. It seems like we won't be able to obtain any merit point. Instead, we will be hated by the Great Demonic sect? Damn, it seems like not only is there no benefit, but it will also be more unlucky? Zhang Jingdao was stunned. That's not all. If the Heavenly Wolf sect disciples die in battle, we will have to take the blame. If there are no benefits, what are we going to do? Wang Ku rolled his eyes. That's right. We don't care about the Great Demonic sect disciples. They will leave after a few days or months. We won't suffer any losses. Why do you want to cause trouble for yourself? Wang Ku said. That's right. Eat, drink, and do what you need to do. Why are you meddling in other people's business? Wang Ku rolled his eyes. But they are here to investigate us. Zhang Jingdao was still worried. If they have the ability, why don't they come to the Heavenly Wolf sect to investigate? Don't bother about them. Oh right, where is Princess Serene Moon? Is she in seclusion? Why don't I see her? Wang Ku threw the matter of the Great Demonic sect to the back of his mind. The princess left. A subordinate said respectfully. Gone? Wang Ku's eyes widened in surprise. That's right. You left with Nye Miju the 2nd day after you entered seclusion. I don't know where you went after you left the Heavenly Wolf sect. Zhang Jingdao explained. Wait, she left with Nye Miju? Why? Wang Ku frowned. I don't know. Nye Miju came to find Princess Serene Moon to talk and didn't let people approach. When she came out, she left with Nye Miju. Zhang Jingdao said blankly. Princess Serene Moon didn't say anything to you? Where did she go? Wang Ku asked. She didn't. Zhang Jingdao shook his head. She didn't say anything at all? Wang Ku said solemnly. She didn't say anything and just left with Nye Miju. Zhang Jingdao shook his head. Impossible. He promised Master to stay at Sword Comprehension Peak. Furthermore, he's familiar with you and me. How could he leave without saying anything? Were you slacking off at that time? Wang Ku glared. No, Nye Miju stared at me. I couldn't even get close. Zhang Jingdao said gloomily. That's also to say that Nye Miju absolutely didn't allow Princess Serene Moon to come into contact with you guys? Princess Serene Moon didn't leave of her own accord. She was kidnapped by Nye Miju. Wang Ku said with an ugly expression. How is that possible? Why would Nye Miju kidnap Princess Serene Moon? Princess Serene Moon was fine when she left. It's not like she couldn't speak. Zhang Jingdao had a look of disbelief. Perhaps Princess Serene Moon couldn't speak? Now that my master isn't here, Niemiju definitely can't do whatever he wants in the Heavenly Wolf sect. What if he wants to target Princess Serene Moon? Wang Ku said with a frown. How could he target Princess Serene Moon? Niemiju only slays demons crazily all his life. Wait, slay demons? Zhang Jingdao suddenly quivered. What? What did you think of? Wang Ku asked curiously. Oh no, Niemiju is probably really going to do something to Princess Serene Moon? He wants to kill Princess Serene Moon? Zhang Jingdao's expression changed. What's going on? Wang Ku stared at Zhang Jingdao. I can't say. This is related to Princess Serene Moon's background. I can't say anything. Don't worry about this now. Let's find Princess Serene Moon first. Oh no, Niemiju definitely wouldn't trick sect master away on purpose to deal with Princess Serene Moon. Oh no, Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. Quick, go to Princess Serene Moon's room. See if there's a message? Wang Ku called out to his female subordinates. Yes. The group of subordinates quickly rushed to Princess Serene Moon's room and quickly searched. Unfortunately, Niemiju was there at that time. It was impossible for Princess Serene Moon to leave a message. Sect Master, we found a lovesickness bead. A subordinate quickly came over. The lovesickness bead was the one Princess Serene Moon took back from Moronglguang half a month ago. There was a male lovesickness insect sealed inside, and it could sense the female lovesickness bead in Princess Serene Moon's hand. Dragon Ball radar? No, it's the lovesickness bead? It can find the whereabouts of the princess. That's right. The princess left this thing behind so that we can save her. She must be under someone's control. Wang Ku's eyes lit up. Then let's go quickly. If Princess Serene Moon dies in the hands of Niemiju, then I'll be miserable. My boss will kill me. Why didn't I think of that? Niemiju is a pervert. What should I do? Zhang Jingdao suddenly jumped up and down anxiously. Wang Ku's face was also slightly gloomy. He took a deep breath and nodded. After giving instructions to his subordinates, Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao set off. This time, they were going to be enemies with Niemiju, so they didn't dare to be careless. Even if they left the Heavenly Wolf sect, they couldn't let the Heavenly Wolf sect disciples know about it, lest they inform Niemiju. Since they were going to leave quietly, they naturally had to disguise themselves. Zhang Jingdao once again disguised himself as a big-breasted old woman, and Wang Ku once again covered his face with mosaic. Following Wang Ku's subordinates, they slowly left the Heavenly Wolf sect. Even Ye Tianba, who they were familiar with, couldn't recognize them, let alone the Heavenly Wolf sect's disciples. When the disciples saw the two's appearance, their eyes burned and they looked away. It was even more impossible for them to check on the two. The two left the Heavenly Wolf sect without anyone noticing. With the lovesickness bead, Wang Ku knew the direction, so it was much easier to find them. After leaving the Heavenly Wolf sect, he and Zhang Jingdao disappeared into the forest. Chapter 38. Outside the Heavenly Wolf sect, in a forest, Wang Ku held the yearning pearl and was moving forward. Wang Ku, did you lead us the wrong way? How can we find Princess Serene Moon in this wilderness? Zhang Jingdao complained anxiously. This is a straight line. It's good enough that we can find the direction. Why do we have to take the main road? Once we're completely out of the Heavenly Wolf sect's territory, use your flying sword to fly over and find her. Wang Ku frowned and said in a deep voice. Okay. However, I have a bad feeling that we're being watched. Zhang Jingdao said with an ugly expression. Who would recognize us with our appearances? How could we be watched? Wang Ku said with dissatisfaction. Wang Ku's face was full of pimples. Who would recognize Zhang Jingdao with his disguise? Even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. It's true. Look in front. Zhang Jingdao whispered. He saw a man holding a saber standing at the top of two big trees not far away. They looked coldly at Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. Is there really someone blocking the way? What are you looking at? Don't hurry? There's nothing in front. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Let's go. Wang Ku turned his head and shouted. Zhang Jingdao was stunned. Wang Ku, are you blind? Can't you see the two people over there? Wang Ku ignored him and continued to run. Can't see? Of course you can see. But don't say it out loud. Maybe they're not looking for us? Aren't you looking for trouble by making a fuss? Who would recognize us with our current appearances? Zhang Jingdao quickly understood Wang Ku's thoughts and immediately nodded. That's right. I didn't see anything. There's nothing there. The two hurriedly ran around the two big trees in front of them. However, after running for a while, 5 men appeared in front of them and blocked Wang Ku's path. Hee Wang Ku, Zhang Jingdao? Long time no see? The leader of the group, a man in white, sneered. She called out the names of Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. Wang Ku's face suddenly changed. That shouldn't be the case. How could his disguise be seen through? Zhang Shenxiu? Zhang Jingdao's expression changed as he looked at the person who spoke. In the past, Zhang Shenxiu, who had issued a bounty for the Golden Crow, had been blackmailed by Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao outside the Heavenly Wolf Sect's mountain gate. He had been severely injured by the Heavenly Wolf Sect's lightning strike, which had been misunderstood. At this moment, he had already recovered from his injuries, and he led a group of people to block the duo's path. Not only were there 5 people in front of him, but there were also 15 people standing on the surrounding trees, surrounding Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. Exalted immortals, you've got the wrong person, haven't you? Wang Ku immediately said. Zhang Shenxiu squinted at Wang Ku, then at Zhang Jingdao, who was an eyesore. How could he have been defeated by these two? What a disgrace. Senior brother, that's right. It's them. Zhang Jingdao's disguise stung my eyes last time, so I recognized them at a glance. Wang Ku, Zhang Jingdao? Haha, we've only waited for 2 days, and they've already left the mountain gate? It's the same disguise as last time, ha 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 ha. We recognized them as soon as they left the mountain gate. Haha, it's great that they've come to this forest. The Golden Crow sect disciples sneered. Obviously, Wang Ku and the other two had passed through the Heavenly Wolf sect with this disguise. But now, it had become the biggest flaw. Zhang Shenxiu, who was dressed in white, said coldly, Nie Tianba was right. You'll be leaving the Heavenly Wolf sect soon. Humph, I've been waiting for a long time. Nie Tianba? He's still alive? Wang Ku was stunned. That shouldn't be the case. Didn't he die in the explosion outside the demon-subduing temple? And Zhang Jingdao buried him himself. That's right. We just came from Vermilion Immortal Town. Humph, we thought you would hide in the mountain gate and not come out, so we went to Nie Tianba to collect some interest. But he promised us with the life of his entire clan that you'll be leaving the mountain gate soon. Ha 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 ha, Wang Ku, Zhang Jingdao, do you think you can escape today? Zhang Shenxiu said coldly as he opened his white paper fan. Hiss! The 19 Golden Crow sect disciples quickly drew their long sabers. Waves of powerful killing intent rushed towards the two of them. Golden Core Realm? There are 8 of them? Wang Ku's expression changed. Hiss! Suddenly, a long sword was placed on Wang Ku's neck. Zhang Shenxiu and Wang Ku were stunned. It was Zhang Jingdao who had placed his long sword on Wang Ku's neck. Brother Shenxiu, I pretended to be you and tried to blackmail you in the past. It was all because of that bastard Wang Ku. It had nothing to do with me. I guessed that bastard Wang Ku had done too many terrible things and was going to suffer retribution. I purposely forced him out. Now I've helped you capture Wang Ku. You can kill him or torture him as you wish. Zhang Jingdao suddenly shouted. Zhang Shenxiu! The Golden Crow sect disciples. How could the Golden Crow sect disciples have expected that the other party would turn hostile before they even made a move? Are these two people partners or enemies? Zhang Jingdao, you betrayed your friend for glory. You're not loyal. Wang Ku glared. No, Brother Wang, it's better for you to die alone than for the two of us to die together. Zhang Jingdao persuaded. Brother Shinxiu, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I've captured Wang Ku for you. Zhang Jingdao brought Wang Ku forward in an ingratiating manner. The Golden Crow sect disciples looked at each other and didn't know what to do for a moment. They all looked at Zhang Shinxiu. Zhang Shinxiu was also a little confused until Zhang Jingdao brought Wang Ku to the front. Do it! Zhang Jingdao shouted. While speaking, Zhang Jingdao instantly pounced on Zhang Shinxiu. Zhang Shinxiu smiled coldly and waved the white paper fan in his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, Zhang Jingdao's sneak attack was instantly sent flying by Zhang Shinxiu. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Brother Wang, you're not kind. We agreed to attack together, but you didn't move? Poof! Zhang Jingdao fell to the ground. Screech! Suddenly, a group of long sabers were placed on Zhang Jingdao's neck. Zhang Jingdao was caught. Be careful, Zhang Jingdao. Can't Brother Shinxiu see through your little tricks? Save it! Wang Ku scolded from the side. Not far away, Zhang Shinxiu's face stiffened. He really didn't see through it just now. He really thought that Zhang Jingdao had no moral integrity and betrayed his friend for glory. If it weren't for his strength, he might have really fallen just now. Humph, Zhang Jingdao, I'll let you taste the price of deceiving me. Zhang Shinxiu said coldly. Brother Shinxiu, forget it. You saw through Zhang Jingdao's little tricks long ago. Don't bother with him. Take it as giving me face. Wang Ku stepped forward and said. Giving you face? Who do you think you are? Wang Ku, I'm here today for revenge. Zhang Shinxiu said coldly. At the same time, Zhang Shinxiu also became alert, because the two people in front of him looked inexplicably strange. Just now, Zhang Jingdao sneak attacked. Now you wouldn't sneak attack too, right? Who do I think I am? My master is Chen Tianyuan. Do you really dare to kill me? Come and kill me. Killing Chen Tianyuan's personal disciple is the same as issuing a challenge to the entire Sky Wolf sect master. Do you want to ally with the demon sect? Wang Ku coldly rebuked. On the ground, Zhang Jingdao's expression changed as he scolded. We've worked together so many times in the past. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. I was wondering why you forgot about it today. So it's because you have someone backing you. You saw that they didn't dare to kill you, so you didn't cooperate with me? Why didn't you say so earlier? You tricked me to death. Zhang Jingdao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This Wang Ku was 2F** King Evil. Chen Tianyuan's disciple? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Zhang Shinxiu stepped forward and said coldly. There's no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Not to mention that my master can find out the truth. Can you guarantee that your Golden Crow sect junior brothers won't tell? Can you guarantee that they won't tell in the future? Unless you kill all of us. Wang Ku pointed at the surrounding Golden Crow sect disciples. The Golden Crow sect disciples' faces stiffened. Are you trying to sow discord between us and Zhang Shinxiu? Sure enough, Zhang Shinxiu's face also darkened. Although these Golden Crow sect disciples obeyed his orders, they weren't his life and death friends. Will they betray me in the future? I won't kill you. I'll let you taste the pain and humiliation I suffered that day. Lightning strike me? I want you to taste it. As long as you're still breathing, even if Chen Tianyuan knows everything, he can't do anything to me. Humph, I'll make you wish you were dead. Zhang Shinxiu said coldly. Brother Shinxiu, it's not us who struck you with lightning. Why are you looking for trouble with us? That's right, we did make your day unpleasant, but everything can be negotiated. We'll pay for it, okay? Wang Ku said. Pay? How will you pay? Do you think I care about your stinky money? Zhang Shinxiu sneered. I don't care because I don't have enough money. Don't worry, I'm very sincere this time. Wang Ku said immediately. Oh. Zhang Shinxiu looked coldly at Wang Ku. Wasn't the worst loss you suffered last time the demon-slaying merit points? How about this, I'll make it up to you. What do you think? Wang Ke said. Demon-slaying merit points? The Golden Crow sect disciples looked at each other. Yes, demon-slaying merit points. My master caught a group of demons and asked me to watch over them. I can give them to you. How about it as an apology? A lot. Wang Ke said immediately. A lot. The Golden Crow sect disciples were tempted. Merit points? Who didn't want them? This was something that was even more valuable than spirit stones. Even though Zhang Xinshu wanted to take revenge on Wang Ku, his junior brothers looked at Zhang Xinshu expectantly, making Zhang Xinshu hesitate. You want to trick me into letting you go? Go back to the Heavenly Wolf sect to get reinforcements, right? Zhang Xinshu sneered. No, these demons are not in the Heavenly Wolf sect. They are in the Immortal Wolf Town. I'll take you there. The Heavenly Wolf sect disciples still don't know where these demons are. Don't worry. Zhang Jingdao and I are being escorted by you. What are you worried about? Wang Ke said immediately. Zhang Xinshu stared at Wang Ku as if he was judging the authenticity of Wang Ke's words. Senior brother, let him lead the way first. If he doesn't have any demon-slaying merit points, it won't be too late to deal with him. Of course, if he does have any demon-slaying merit points, it won't be too late for you to take revenge on Wang Ku after we collect them. A Golden Crow sect disciple whispered to Zhang Xinshu. Zhang Xinshu pondered for a moment and said, Lead the way. All right. Everyone, follow me. Don't worry, I guarantee that you will see those demons. The merit points of subduing demons will all be yours. Everyone, please. Wang Ku invited them. The group of Golden Crow sect disciples escorted Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao towards the Immortal Wolf Town. Zhang Jingdao, who was being escorted, looked at Wang Ku with a strange expression. Wang Ku, you swindler, don't go overboard. I don't want to die yet. How could you sell those disciples of the Devil sect as pigs? Chapter 39. Wolf Immortal Town. Wang Ku naturally had the key to his house. He opened the door and led the Golden Crow sect disciples into the house. After being tricked by Wang Ku, Zhang Xinshu and the others kept Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao in order to prevent them from playing any more tricks. Fortunately, the two of them were quite cooperative along the way. Where is this? Why is there no one here? Zhang Xinshu asked in a low voice. Zhang Jingdao was also surprised. Wang Ku, did you move everything here? It was really empty. Compared to the last time when Princess Serene Moon was here to put on makeup, the house was now empty. The bonsai and furniture were almost all moved away. Cut the crap. Wang Ku glared at Zhang Jingdao. I'm setting a trap for them. If you don't support me, what are you going to do for them? Zhang Jingdao immediately knew that he had said too much and immediately shut his mouth. Everyone, please follow me. Wang Ku led everyone straight to the main hall. Although the main hall was almost empty, there were still some chairs and decorations. There's no one in this house? Wang Ku, are you lying to me? Zhang Xinshu said in a low voice. How is that possible? If I say there's a demon, there must be a demon. Wang Ku walked into the main hall and moved a chair for Zhang Xinshu. Zhang Xinshu. Golden Crow sect disciples. We're asking you about the demon that you want to detain. What do you mean by moving a chair for us? Wang Ku, are you playing with me? Zhang Xinshu said coldly. How would I dare? This chair is a token. The demon is being held in the house next door. As long as we bring this chair over, the people next door will agree to our request. Wang Ku said solemnly. Chair. Zhang Xinshu looked at the armchair in confusion. That's right. The group of people who caught the demon were all secretly trained by my master. No one knows them, and they don't care who you are. They only listen to my master. Every time my master meets with them, he will have a different token. This time, the token is the chair here. Once they see it, they'll know that it's my master who sent you here to take a person, no, a devil. At that time, as long as you speak, they will give you the evil spirits. Wang Ku said. Oh! Zhang Xinshu was stunned. Our Golden Crow sect often has tokens, but this is the first time I've seen someone use an armchair as a token. I really didn't expect it. Chen Tianyuan, no wonder he's the sect master of the Heavenly Wolf sect. He's really scheming. That's right. I would never have thought that the token would be right next to him. And it's even an armchair. Chen Tianyuan's arrangement is really well hidden. The Golden Crow sect's disciples were surprised. Perhaps because they had subdued Wang Ku, they felt that Wang Ku would not dare to lie, so it must be true. Zhang Jingdao, who was at the side, had a strange expression on his face. This king was good at deceiving people. He just opened his mouth and said that the chair was a token? Everything in this house was taken away, and you couldn't find anything else, so you had no choice but to use this chair as a token, right? You're too casual, aren't you? You don't believe me? Let's go. I'll move the chair next door. Follow me. Wang Ke said immediately. Wait. Zhang Shinshu said coldly. What's wrong? Wang Ke was puzzled. Are you sure you can just take this chair? Zhang Shinshu said coldly. Yes, I'll take you there myself. What are you worried about? Wang Ke said matter-of-factly. Humph, you and Zhang Jingdao stay here. You're not allowed to go. Zhang Shinshu said. What? Wang Ke was puzzled. Since the token is enough, why do I need you? If you don't listen to me and ask for help from the experts next door, a large number of Sky Wolf sect's disciples will be attracted. Then we won't get anything, right? Humph, you and Zhang Jingdao stay here. If you dare to lie to me, I'll kill you. Zhang Shinshu said coldly. But, Wang Ke looked anxious. But he was happy in his heart. He didn't go next door directly because he wanted to wait for them to think clearly. After so many years of cheating, so many years of life experience, only by thinking for the customers could they be more greedy. You two keep Wang Ke here. The others, move the chairs and follow me next door. Zhang Shinshu said in a deep voice. Yes. The Golden Crow sect's disciples responded. Only the 2 Golden Crow sect's disciples who were left behind looked depressed. Don't worry, if there's any Devil Slayer merit, I'll leave it for you, Zhang Shinshu said to the 2 junior brothers. Thank you, senior brother. The 2 of them could only respond gloomily. Remember, if Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao dare to lie to me, immediately cut off one of their hands and feet, Zhang Shinshu said in a deep voice. Ah, so ruthless, Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. Okay. The 2 Golden Crow sect's disciples responded. With that, Zhang Shinshu led the 17 Golden Crow sect's disciples and carried the chairs out. At this moment, there were only 4 people left in the hall. Wang Ku, Zhang Jingdao, and the 2 Golden Crow sect's disciples who held long sabers to their necks. At this moment, Wang Ku winked at Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao instantly understood that Wang Ku was going to make a move. Next door to Wang Ku's mansion, in a dark hall, a group of men in black stood respectfully bowing to a red-robed man. Hall Master, why are you here? A man in black asked in surprise. The red-robed Hall Master sat directly on the main seat and watched the group of men in black bow down. He slowly lifted his hat, revealing a handsome middle-aged man. Tell me about your situation, the red-robed Hall Master said in a deep voice. Yes, recently, all the poisons in the 100,000 mountains have been bought out. Many of our disciples want to buy cultivation materials at a high price. The Hall Master was worried that it was a trap set up by the Righteous Path, so he sent us to investigate. Finally, we found this place. It's the people next door who are related to the Sky Wolf sect. A black-robed person said. Where are the people next door? I just came, but I didn't see anyone? The red-robed Hall Master said coldly. We. Hall Master, please forgive us. 2 days ago there were people. Before we could do anything, they went out to buy vegetables and didn't come back. We. A man in black suddenly knelt on the ground. Clearly, they had messed up and couldn't answer to the Hall Master. It's no problem. Finding the Sky Wolf sect is also a great merit. The red-robed hall master didn't blame them. "Thank you, hall master." The men in black were pleasantly surprised. They didn't expect to make such a big mistake and not be punished. They saw that the hall master was in a good mood recently. "Hall master, this is a small matter. You have a noble status. Why did you come personally?" A man in black asked curiously. The fifth hall master said that the Sky Wolf sect is empty. Chen Tianyuan is not in the sect. So I came to see if the fifth hall master lied to me. The red-robed hall master said in a deep voice. "The fifth hall master? You told us about his identity. Is he the one who was just conferred the title of hall master by Devil Lord? He just joined the demonic sect and is indeed suspicious. In the past, he killed many of our demonic sect's disciples. I am the first to refuse to accept the title of hall master. What qualifications does this evil thief have?" A man in black followed the red-robed hall master's words and criticized him. Puff! The hall master threw a palm strike, and that black-robed man instantly vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground and started convulsing. "Hall master, please calm down." The group of black-robed men immediately begged for mercy. The red-robed hall master looked coldly at the black-robed man vomiting blood. "Listen up, including all of you. If anyone dares to speak ill of the fifth hall master again, don't blame me for being merciless." "Yes." The group of black-robed men immediately trembled in fear. "I told you to investigate the rise in the price of poisons. Yet you lost your surveillance on one person. When we return, all of you will be punished," the red-robed hall master said coldly. The black-robed men's expressions changed. "Didn't you say that you would not pursue the matter? Why are you punishing us now?" However, when everyone saw the black-robed man vomiting blood on the ground, they instantly understood. It was all his fault for insulting the fifth hall master. What nonsense was that? He offended the hall master. The hall master did not appear angry on the surface. However, he still remembered it in his heart. Just at this moment, another black-robed man walked into the hall. "Hall master," someone from next door returned. The eyes of the black-robed men immediately lit up. "Hall master," the person from next door returned. We did not lose our surveillance." The red-robed hall master's face sank. Then, he looked at the group of black-robed men. "Hall master, we do not need to be punished, right?" A black-robed man asked carefully. "If I did not come, they would not come. Now that I came, they came back? Did you expose your identities?" The red-robed hall master asked coldly. "That's impossible. Hall master, we have been very careful. It is impossible for us to expose ourselves. Furthermore, no one knows us. It is even more impossible for anyone to pay attention to us," a black-robed man immediately said. Just at this moment, the door to the front courtyard rang. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. "Open the door. I know someone is inside. Quickly open the door." A Golden Crow sect disciple's voice came from outside. "This is called no one paying attention?" the red-robed hall master asked coldly. The black-robed men were at a loss for words. "You? Humph! You have already exposed yourselves," the red-robed hall master said coldly. "No, that shouldn't be the case. We were very careful. We did not even release our veritable essence energy aura. It is impossible for us to be exposed," a black-robed man said with a bitter expression. "Who is outside? Did you see clearly?" the red-robed hall master asked the people outside the hall. "It is the people from next door who just came back," a black-robed man outside the hall replied. "The people you are monitoring have already come to our door. How can you not be exposed?" The red-robed hall master glared at them. "Hall master, please forgive us." The black-robed men immediately felt guilty. They had been hiding well. How could they be exposed? Where did they go wrong? "Let's go and take a look. Be on full alert. Once I give the order, take action at any time." the red-robed hall master said gravely. Yes, the black-robed men replied. While speaking, the red-robed hall master put on his hat and led the group to the front courtyard. Bang! The door opened with a loud bang. The black-robed men looked at the 18 people outside the door with vigilant expressions. The leader of the group held a white paper fan and stepped in. This caused the black-robed men who were still on guard to tense up. They placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. Don't be nervous. Let's talk inside. Chen Tianyuan asked me to come. Zhang Shinshu said the moment he entered. The moment Zhang Shinshu spoke, the expressions of the black-robed men, who were already nervous, changed drastically. Chen Tianyuan? The Heavenly Wolf sect master discovered us? We were exposed to Chen Tianyuan? They were so nervous that they wanted to attack immediately. If the hall master wasn't here, they would have already attacked. The red-robed hall master did not move. He only clenched his fists and said with discomfort, "Could it be that the fifth hall master lied to me?" Zhang Shinshu led the Golden Crow sect disciples into the courtyard. Bang! The Golden Crow sect disciples cooperated and closed the door. It was as if they were afraid that the people outside would see them. This scene surprised the black-robed men. What did Chen Tianyuan mean by this? Why did he send this group of people? Furthermore, they were carrying a chair? What was going on? Why did the righteous Dao suddenly change their tactics? Do you see this chair? Zhang Shinshu said as he pointed at the chair that was put down. Zhang Shinshu took out his token, but the group of black-robed men could not understand what it was. Did Chen Tianyuan send you here? This chair? The red-robed hall master looked at the chair in confusion. Chair? What was so special about it? Yes, it's this chair. It's good that you recognized it. Now you know why we are here, right? Zhang Shinshu said with a smile. After saying that, Zhang Shinshu unfolded his white paper fan and flicked his robes. Then, he slowly sat down on the wooden armchair and waved his folding fan as he looked at the red-robed hall master with satisfaction. His relaxed appearance made it seem as if victory was already in his grasp. It was as if he was ridiculing him from above. The red-robed hall master's nerves tensed up. Was I discovered? Was I being monitored? Was I tricked? The fifth hall master and Chen Tianyuan set up a trap to trick me into coming here. In fact, they were already fully prepared. They were just waiting for me to take the bait. They were waiting to capture us all in one fell swoop? They even sent a disciple to sit in front of me. Were they trying to humiliate me? Chapter 40. Wolf Immortal Town. Wang Family Mansion. Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao watched Zhang Shinshu move the chair next door. The two looked at each other and instantly reached a consensus. Wang Ku, is your butt itchy? What are you scratching? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. Zhang Jingdao's words immediately attracted the attention of the two Golden Crow sect disciples. They looked at Wang Ku's right hand reaching into his trouser pocket as if he was scratching an itch. However, Zhang Jingdao's words made Wang Ku's hand stop in his trouser pocket. Wang Ku's face stiffened and he said nervously, "Yes, I'm scratching an itch." With that, Wang Ku's hand continued to move. "No, there's something in your pocket." A Golden Crow sect disciple stared. "No, you're mistaken," Wang Ku said nervously. "Wang Ku, you're already a prisoner. How dare you play tricks? Take out the thing in your pocket." The Golden Crow sect disciple glared. "I don't have anything. You're too nervous. What can I hide?" Wang Ku said with an embarrassed smile. Screech. The knife on Wang Ku's neck touched his flesh. A chill penetrated his skin and made Wang Ku freeze. "Take out the thing in your pocket," the Golden Crow sect disciple said coldly. "No, you don't want to, right?" Wang Ku looked embarrassed. Wang Ku's reluctance instantly ignited the curiosity of the two Golden Crow sect disciples. The more Wang Ku refused, the more curious they became. "Hurry up. Otherwise, I'll let you taste blood first." The Golden Crow sect disciple glared. I. Wang Ku looked reluctant. However, Wang Ku still took his right hand out of his pocket and clenched it as if he was hiding something in his fist. "Let go," the Golden Crow sect disciple said coldly. Wang Ku's face was full of bitterness. He was unwilling. When Wang Ku refused, the Golden Crow sect disciple immediately took action. "Pa!" The Golden Crow sect's disciple pressed his saber against Wang Ku's neck with one hand and grabbed Wang Ku's wrist with the other. "Senior brother, I'll hold his wrist. You pry open his fingers and see what he's hiding. Don't tell me he wants to sneak attack us?" the Golden Crow sect disciple said in a deep voice. The two Golden Crow sect disciples, one at the Golden Core stage and the other at the Khanate stage, were stronger than Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. Naturally, Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao could not resist. "All right," the other Golden Core Realm senior brother said in a deep voice. The Golden Core Realm senior martial brother held the saber against Zhang Jingdao's neck with one hand and grabbed Wang Ku's finger with the other. Wang Ku's hand was stuck there and could not move at all. When a Golden Core Realm cultivator clasped his hand, his fingers were clasped open. The two Golden Crow sect disciples craned their necks and looked at Wang Ku's palm. There was nothing in his palm. No, there was a ball of bright yellow qi. It was Wang Ku's turbid qi. "What's that?" one of the Golden Crow sect disciples asked in confusion. The swirling turbid true qi instantly collapsed and rushed toward the two Golden Crow sect disciples. "Something's not right." One of the Golden Crow sect disciples' expression changed. He felt that something was wrong. Instinctively, the Golden Crow sect disciple quickly released his energy to block the yellow qi. However, the yellow qi seemed to have penetrated his energy shield and instantly rushed into their nostrils. Poisonous gas? By the time the two Golden Crow sect disciples realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. The bright yellow qi entered their nostrils and instantly rushed into the depths of their minds. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, the heavenly thunder exploded in their minds. Smelly? How could the two of them have imagined that there was such a stench in the world? Their faces instantly stiffened. Their souls boiled and tears gushed out of their eyes. At the same time, their stomachs churned violently. Ugh! The two of them almost instantly lost the ability to move. They trembled all over. At this moment, the two of them forgot everything. They forgot who they were and where they were. They only felt that their souls were about to explode. They also forgot that they were still holding swords in their hand. They only felt that they were in hell and were about to collapse from nausea. Boom! Boom! There were two loud bangs. Zhang Jingdao's two palms landed on the heads of the two Golden Crow sect disciples. The two of them instantly fainted as if they had been saved. "Wang Ku, I told you that your cultivation method is powerful. Teach it to me. I'll worship you as my master," Zhang Jingdao said excitedly. "Get lost." Wang Ku glared at him. "Wang Ku, why didn't you use this move earlier? When you were dealing with Zhang Shenxiu, you could have defeated him in one move. Why did you have to pretend to be a coward and wait until now to do it?" Nonsense, there were 8 Golden Elixir Realm cultivators before. What's the use of taking down Zhang Shenxiu? When the time comes, we'll still be hacked to death by the other Golden Elixir Realm cultivators. Wang Ku rolled her eyes. Yes, yes. What should we do now? Let's go quickly, Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. We can't go through the front door. Although that bastard Zhang Shenxiu only has 20 Golden Crow sect disciples, he still has a flock of red-crowned cranes flying in the sky to monitor us. We can't go openly. We have to go through the tunnel. There's a tunnel under the main seat of the armchair in the hall. We'll go through there, Wang Ku said immediately. Yes, yes. Haha, I was wondering why you still left some armchairs behind even though you've already emptied the house. Your stingy personality is not like you at all. So it's because you want to hide the tunnel. Let me see. Zhang Jingdao immediately pounced on one of the armchairs excitedly. As expected, when the armchair was moved away, Zhang Jingdao quickly found a mechanism and opened the tunnel entrance. Is your Wangku family all rats reincarnated? Digging a tunnel in your own house? There's one in Juxian Town, and there's also one in Wolf Immortal Town? Zhang Jingdao joked as he jumped into the tunnel. However, when Zhang Jingdao jumped into the tunnel, he didn't see Wang Ku following him. Wang Ku, are you coming or not? Zhang Jingdao stuck his head out of the tunnel and urged. While urging, Zhang Jingdao opened his eyes wide. He saw Wang Ku quickly take off the storage bracelet from the wrist of a Golden Crow sect disciple. At the same time, his other hand reached into the disciple's chest and took out a storage bag. Zhang Jingdao opened his eyes wide and said, Wang Ku, you're not loyal. With that, Zhang Jingdao immediately pounced out of the tunnel and grabbed another unconscious Golden Crow sect disciple. Unfortunately, this disciple was only in the Khanate realm and didn't have a storage bracelet. He only had a storage bag with limited treasures. Wang Ku, you're not loyal. I knocked them out. We'll split them in half. Zhang Jingdao said angrily. Wang Ku ignored Zhang Jingdao and began to take off the clothes of the Golden Core realm expert. What are you doing? He's a man. Are you a pervert? How dare you? No, you've taken a fancy to his clothes. His clothes are also magic treasures. Can you sell them? Damn it, Wang Ku, you can also do this? No, this is mine. This is mine. Zhang Jingdao anxiously peeled off the clothes of the Golden Crow sect disciple in his hand. Soon, the two of them finished everything. They jumped into the tunnel. They covered the tunnel entrance again. In the tunnel, Zhang Jingdao scolded Wang Ku along the way. At the same time, he tried to reason with him and hoped that Wang Ku would find his conscience and split the loot equally. However, when it came to money, did Wang Ku have a conscience? It was good enough that he could split the loot with him. Who asked him to be so blind and slow? Who was to blame? If not for the fact that he couldn't beat him, Wang Ku wouldn't even want to split the loot. Next door to Wang Ku's courtyard, Zhang Xinshu sat on an armchair and waved a white paper fan. He led the Golden Crow sect disciples to look at a group of black-robed people in front of him. To be precise, he was looking at the red-robed hall master. Although Wang Ku said that as long as they brought the token, the other party would give them the detained evil spirits, what if they didn't? Zhang Xinshu deliberately acted arrogant. This way, if the other party had any questions, he could pretend to be arrogant and ignore them. He could just take the loot and not talk nonsense. He had a condescending look on his face. As expected, the group of black-robed people in front of him cooperated and became silent. When Zhang Xinshu saw that the effect was good, he continued to wave his paper fan and smiled at the group of black-robed people in front of him. At this moment, the group of black-robed people was staring at the red-robed hall master. When the red-robed hall master saw that Zhang Xinshu was so confident of victory, he thought that Chen Tianyuan must have set up an ambush from all sides. His heart was burning with anger. At the same time, he became more careful. Thus, the two parties didn't speak and just looked at each other. Zhang Xinshu laughed awkwardly for a long time. When he saw that the other party didn't react at all, he became slightly angry. This group of people is like a block of wood, not speaking. Are they waiting for me to speak? Could it be that Wang Ku still has some secret signal that he didn't say? This Wang Ku is a scoundrel. See how I'll deal with him later. Zhang Xinshu was angry. You should know why I'm here. Then, can you give it to us now? Zhang Xinshu said in a deep voice. Give it to you? What do you want? The red-robed hall master said coldly. After the cold voice, the red-robed hall master also felt confused. After all, this group of people in front of him came too suddenly. Could he have made a mistake? What do I want? Of course, it's demon-killing merit points. What else do you have? Zhang Xinshu said in a deep voice. The red-robed hall master's eyelids twitched. That's right. They must be sent by Chen Tianyuan. Demon-killing merit points? Are all the righteous paths so direct now? In the past, they would say that they are eliminating demons for the sake of the common people to cover it up. Now, they don't even need to cover it up and directly say that they want merit points and benefits? Then, how much demon-killing merit points are you prepared to ask for? The red-robed hall master tested Chen Tianyuan's determination. Nonsense, of course, I want all of it. Zhang Shenxiu immediately said. Are these people afraid of me? My bravado was indeed not a problem. All of it? Ha ha ha, all of it? You are dreaming. Do you think you can make me stay? The red-robed hall master said coldly. Of course you have to stay. Do you still want to leave with me? We only want demon-killing merit points. Today, if we don't kill demons, we won't leave. You have to give it to me even if you don't want to. This is what Chen Tianyuan said. Zhang Shenxiu said coldly. Good, good, good. The red-robed hall master's voice was filled with coldness. What? Do you still dare to disobey Chen Tianyuan? Have you forgotten your status? Zhang Shenxiu glared and stood up. Just when Zhang Shenxiu closed his folding fan and stood up, the red-robed hall master thought that it was a signal to attack and immediately took the initiative to attack. With a palm, the red-robed hall master fiercely slapped Zhang Shenxiu. We are here to take the goods. Why are you hitting me? Zhang Shenxiu shouted in shock. Hong! With a loud sound, Zhang Shenxiu was instantly sent flying. He crashed into a wall and smashed into a distant street. Attack! The red-robed hall master ordered. All the black-robed men raised their swords and slashed at the Golden Crow sect disciples. The Golden Crow sect disciples did not expect that these people who were guarding the evil demons would suddenly attack them. Didn't they show the token? If you don't want to give it, you don't have to kill them. You killed the wrong person. Boom. Both sides instantly started fighting. Terrifying saber aura engulfed the surroundings and surging demonic aura soared into the sky. Evil demons? In the depths of the street, Zhang Shenxiu clutched his chest and crawled up while vomiting blood. He looked at the group of black-robed men in shock. Boom. The red-robed hall master did not attack the Golden Crow sect disciples. Instead, he suddenly soared into the sky. When he soared into the sky, the black aura around him soared into the sky like dark clouds covering the wolf immortal town. Chen Tianyuan? What kind of ability are you hiding in the dark? Do you dare to show yourself and fight with this hall master? Roar. The red-robed hall master roared. As he roared, he took off his hat and surging flames emerged from his body. His face was ferocious and he was on guard with all his might. He looked like he was going to kill everyone. At this moment, Zhang Shenxiu, who was vomiting blood on the street, was stunned. How is this possible? The evil demons danced wildly and fought with the righteous Tao in the wolf immortal town. For a moment, rumbles sounded and demonic aura soared into the sky, causing all the cultivators in the town to look at them in shock. The red-robed hall master's roar also instantly alarmed the Sky Wolf sect. When the Sky Wolf sect disciples saw the demonic aura soaring into the sky in the distance and a demon challenging Chen Tianyuan in midair, they immediately sealed the Sky Wolf sect's mountain gate. Quick, inform eldest senior brother that an evil demon has broken into the mountain. It's a nascent soul evil demon. How is this possible? He's calling for sect Master Zhan? Quick, the entire sect is on guard. Inform eldest senior brother. Buzz. The Sky Wolf sect's array suddenly activated. Waves of lightning were emitted from the Sky Wolf sect's array. In midair, the red-robed hall master turned his head and looked around. Where is he? Chen Tianyuan? Where are you? Do you dare to fight with me? What kind of ability is it to hide? Do you also want to be a coward? In the distance, Murong Luguang was invited out from the Sky Wolf sect's mountain gate. He stared at the red-robed hall master in the sky above the wolf immortal town. The sect master is not in the mountain gate. Evil demon, how dare you come to my Sky Wolf sect and act so presumptuously? Heavenly lightning demon slaying array, fully activate and slay the evil. Murong Luguang roared. When the roar spread outside the wolf immortal town, the red-robed hall master was stunned. What? What did I just hear? Chen Tianyuan is not here? How is this possible? If Chen Tianyuan is not here, what did that group of people want to do? Weren't they sent by Chen Tianyuan to humiliate us? Did they want to ambush all of us in one net? Is this Chen Tianyuan's evil plan? Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and headed straight for the red-robed hall master. The red-robed hall master extended his hand and punched. Hong! The red-robed hall master's punch actually exploded the bolt of lightning. Continue! Heavenly lightning demon slaying array, don't stop! Continue! Murong Luguang roared from the mountain gate. Rumble! With the support of the Sky Wolf Sect's Spirit Mountain's energy, the bolt of lightning seemed to be free as it rained down on the red-robed hall master like a waterfall. Chen Tianyuan, you don't dare to come out? The red-robed hall master roared as he bathed in the bolt of lightning. Rumble! The bolt of lightning continued to strike, and the red-robed hall master tried his best to resist. However, no matter how hard he tried to resist and shout, Chen Tianyuan's figure did not appear. What the hell is going on? Didn't they say they would ambush from all sides? Didn't I get discovered? How did I end up being exposed? On the street, Zhang Xinshu looked at the evil demon-slaying hall master who was punching the bolt of lightning in the sky with his mouth wide open. What the hell? Did I just say that I wanted to kill a nascent soul realm evil demon in front of him? Didn't Wang Ku say that he was here to watch over the evil demon? How did I become an evil demon? Wang Ku lied to me? Wang Ku lied to me? Zhang Xinshu reacted and broke out in cold sweat. The red-robed hall master also reacted after striking the bolt of lightning. To hell with the ambush from all sides. There was no Chen Tianyuan at all. He had been wise all his life and had seen through many evil schemes for the evil demon sect. Today, he was actually deceived by a group of small fries? A group of small fries. How dare you deceive me, Zhu Hongyi? You are all dead. Roar. The red-robed hall master roared in the thunderstorm. Murong Guang of the Sky Wolf sect was even more shocked. What's going on today? The evil demon actually took the initiative to expose himself for us to strike? The evil demon's invasion has changed its tactics? Increase the power of the heavenly lightning demon slaying array. Strike. Other than the nascent soul realm evil demon, there are also the ordinary evil demons of the wolf immortal town. Strike them all to death. Don't be afraid of wasting spirit stones. Use your full strength. Murong Guang roared. Yes. Rumble. Outside the wolf immortal town, Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao crawled out of the tunnel and looked at the lightning and thunder from far away. What's going on? Is it the new year? Why are there so many fireworks and thunderstorms? Wang Ku said in astonishment. That is Zhu Hongyi, one of the 4 hall masters under the Devil Lord, Zhu Hongyi. How can it be that evil demon? Zhang Jingdao quivered and said in horror. Don't look anymore. You won't get any benefits even if you look anymore. Let's go quickly. Princess Serene Moon is still waiting for us to save her. Wang Ku pulled Zhang Jingdao and quickly left. Leaving behind a chaotic battle, Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao patted their butts and left. Chapter 41. Wolf Immortal Town. The invasion of the Heavenly Wolf sect had ended. The main reason was that Zhu Hongyi could not break the Heavenly Wolf sect's formation at all. He could only passively endure the bombardment of the Heavenly Lightning Demon slaying formation. Being struck by lightning on someone else's home ground? Zhu Hongyi naturally did not have the mood to stay any longer. Once Zhu Hongyi left, the remaining demons naturally all fled. What else could they do? The nascent soul realm big shots had all left. They were all exposed. Were they going to court death if they stayed? In the end, they left the wolf immortal town in ruins and a bunch of dumbfounded Golden Crow sect disciples. What was going on? In the distance, in the Heavenly Wolf sect, Murong Luguang had already sent disciples to the Wolf Immortal Town to investigate. Amidst the rubble, Zhang Xinshu clutched his chest and coughed up blood as he looked at the juniors of the Golden Crow sect he had brought with him. All of them were covered in wounds and had not obtained a single bit of merit. Instead, they had almost been completely wiped out. Senior Brother Xinshu, we seem to have been tricked. Wang Ku and the rest lied to us. Cough cough, pff. I almost died. How terrifying. A nascent soul realm demon. The group of Golden Crow sect disciples clutched their wounds and said with lingering fear. Cough cough, the Heavenly Wolf sect will be here soon. Don't let them see us. We've lost a lot of face this time. Wang Ku, I'm going to skin him, Zhang Xinshu said with a ferocious expression. Yes, skin Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. A group of Golden Crow sect disciples supported Zhang Xinshu to a courtyard not far away. In the previous battle, the courtyard where Wang Ku was imprisoned was strangely unharmed. Everyone walked back to the previous courtyard aggressively. Boom! The door was kicked open. A group of seriously injured Golden Crow sect disciples rushed straight to the previous hall. Skin Wang Ku. Let me do it! The Golden Crow sect disciples shouted. However, when everyone reached the main hall, they all froze there. This was because Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao had long since disappeared. The two Golden Crow sect disciples who were guarding them had been stripped naked. They lay there naked, still unconscious. Skin Wang Ku alive? No, it was Wang Ku who skinned us. Wang Ku did not kill these two people, but what was the difference between being naked and being killed? This was humiliation, a great humiliation. In the past, outside the 100,000 mountains, Zhang Xinshu boasted that he had the Pearl of Wisdom in his hands and was a genius commander in the world. His pair of eyes had seen through many conspiracies and tricks. But today, he was actually defeated by the two demons, Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao, for the second time? Wang Ku? Zhang Jingdao? Zhang Xinshu was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Senior brother, calm down. Wang Ku and the others are indeed a little strange. The Golden Crow sect disciples comforted him. Nonsense, strange? My gather all the heirs in the Golden Crow sect and find them. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find those two bastards, Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. Even if you have to search through the entire 100,000 mountains, you have to find them. I don't care who their backers are, I want them dead. Zhang Xinshu roared. Screech! Screech! Soon, cranes were gathered one by one. Starting from the Wolf Immortal Town, they flew in all directions, looking for Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao who had disappeared. More than 10 days later, on a mountainside, Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao both looked up at the sky. In the distance, a crane spread its wings and flew away. This Zhang Xinshu is making a mountain out of a molehill. Damn, is there a need for so many cranes to look for us? Bah! If you have the ability, find them yourselves. What's the point of going back to the Golden Crow sect to find helpers? Screech! Wang Ku gloomily spat at the cranes. That's right, that's right. I didn't dare to fly in the sky during this time and could only run in the forest with you. How much time did you waste? Zhang Jingdao also complained. Alright, it should be soon. Don't worry about them, Wang Ku said in a low voice. As they spoke, the two looked at a huge plain in the distance. This is the central area of the 100,000 mountains. It's the mortal area, right? Zhang Jingdao looked at the mortal carriages passing by in the distance and asked curiously. That's right, the plain in the center of the 100,000 mountains is the mortal area. Most of the disciples of the 100,000 mountains are recruited from this mortal area. There are 3 great dynasties here. Wang Ku narrowed his eyes and looked at the plain in front of him. The 100,000 mountains is also strange. This mortal area doesn't have any spiritual qi at all? Zhang Jingdao said in surprise. Otherwise, why would they all be mortals? The mortal martial cultivation families, here seek to leave this mortal area after reaching the innate realm and live in the various immortal towns of the 100,000 mountains. They even look forward to entering an immortal sect and want to leave this place. Back then Wang Ke frowned and fell into his memories. Could it be that you came from this mortal area in the past? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. All right, stop talking nonsense. Let's follow the guidance of the Yearning Pearl. The direction it's pointing to should be the Great Qing dynasty. Wang Ke said in a low voice. The two entered the mortal area. Indeed, there was no spiritual qi in the surroundings. After buying a few horses, the two sped up and finally arrived at a city 3 days later. Qingjing. Zhang Jingdao looked at the words on the city wall. This is the capital of the Great Qing dynasty, Qingjing. Follow me, Wang Ke said. This was a mortal city. It was similar to the ancient capital that Wang Ke had seen on television in the past. All kinds of mortal peddlers hawked on the streets, and some chivalrous people walked with swords in their hands. The two walked into the city, and arrived at the door of a big house. Wang Ke used anti-inflammatory medicine to remove the pimples on his face. General's house? The owner of this house has quite a high status in the Great Qing dynasty? Zhang Jingdao looked at the plaque at the door and said in surprise. After knocking on the door, a servant quickly came to open the door. When he saw Wang Ke clearly, the servant's face was immediately filled with surprise and seemed to want to bow down and kowtow. Wang Ke waved his hand and stopped him. He led Zhang Jingdao through the door. The servant immediately understood and arranged for someone to deal with the horse that Wang Ke rode. At the same time, he immediately closed the door. Wang Ke and Wang Ke went straight to the main hall. Soon, everyone in the general's house began to move. Soon, a bearded man wearing armor came to greet them. Isn't this eldest cousin? You added a beard? Zhang Jingdao looked in surprise at the great general who came to greet them. Eldest cousin? Not long ago, in Zhuxian town, Wang Ke sent eldest cousin twice to pretend to be Golden Crow Sect's exalted immortal Zhang and swindled Nie Tianba into bankruptcy. He was actually the great general of the Great Qing dynasty in the mortal city. I understand. Wang Ke, I know why so many people in your Wang family in Zhuxian town escaped in one night. It turns out that they all hid in the mortal district. No wonder Nie Tianba and the others couldn't find a single one after searching for so long. They all came to the mortal district? Zhang Jingdao immediately understood. Greetings, Patriarch. Eldest cousin said respectfully. Everyone in the house also bowed to Wang Ke. How are the 200,000 kilograms of spirit stones from a while ago? Wang Ke asked. Reporting to Patriarch, we have distributed them according to Patriarch's allocation. There is no spiritual energy in the mortal district for cultivation, so they can only rely on spirit stones to cultivate. This batch of spirit stones has filled a huge gap for us, so we won't be short of spirit stones for the time being. However, there are some good seedlings in the family, so the consumption is a little high. Eldest cousin said respectfully. No matter, I brought some more this time. They can't fall behind in their cultivation and have a solid foundation. There will be more dangerous missions for them in the future. Wang Ke said in a low voice. Yes. Eldest cousin said respectfully. This is Zhang Jingdao, right? I saw you last time. Did you miss eldest cousin? Shall I help you inform her? Eldest cousin looked at Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao's face froze. That stubbled eldest cousin? Help me inform what? What does it have to do with me? Are you crazy? No need. Zhang Jingdao rejected with a black face. Don't you want to meet her after coming all the way here? Eldest cousin didn't give up. Zhang Jingdao. All right, time is limited. I'll call her eldest cousin next time. Wang Ke interrupted. Yes. Patriarch, youngest cousin sent me a letter saying that you have already joined the Heavenly Wolf sect. Why did you come back personally? Eldest cousin asked curiously. I came back to look for her. Wang Ku walked into the hall of the great general's residence. Wang Ku sat in the main seat, and eldest cousin personally poured tea for Wang Ku. Youngest cousin should have sent you some portraits of the heavenly wolf sect. Have you seen Princess Serene Moon and Nye Miju in Qingjing recently? Wang Ku asked eldest cousin. I didn't see Princess Serene Moon, but before the court ended, I saw Nye Miju walking around the palace and commanding the palace guards to renovate the palace. According to what Patriarch mentioned, he might be setting up a formation? Eldest cousin asked curiously. Indeed, Nye Miju is here. Wang Ku's eyes lit up. That's strange. Is Nye Miju related to the great Qing royal family? Why would he set up a formation in the palace? Wang Ku, does your yearning pearl also point to the palace? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. That's right. The yearning pearl points to the palace. If Nye Miju is inside, then the princess must be inside too. Found her. Wang Ku's eyes flashed with anticipation. Patriarch, recently, some disciples of the immortal sect have appeared in Qingjing. We have been paying attention to them, and many of them have black true qi. Eldest cousin said. Black qi? Demonic qi. The disciples of the demonic sect are gathering in Qingjing? Something big is going to happen in Qingjing. Restrain our men and make sure they don't get involved. Wang Ku frowned. Yes. Tonight I have to enter the palace to do something. Prepare some clothes for the palace guards. I need them tonight. Wang Ku said. Yes. By the way, did Wang Ku of Daqing University find out about your background? Wang Ku looked at eldest cousin. No. Back then, when Patriarch withdrew from the battle for hegemony, all the disciples of the Wang family in Daqing dynasty went behind the scenes, including eldest cousin and the rest. I was sent here by you later, so no one knows about my relationship with Patriarch. I have been expanding the territory of Daqing dynasty all these years and have been promoted to the position of general. Although my surname is Wang, the king of Daqing doesn't know about my relationship with you. Eldest cousin immediately explained. That's good. Accumulate resources and slowly become king. One step at a time. I have someone to rely on now. In the future, no one will dare to bully us. Wang Ku said. Yes. Eldest cousin replied. Wang Ku, you found out that Princess Serene Moon is in the palace. How are we going to find her? Nye Miju is also in there. Will she let us take Princess Serene Moon away? Zhang Jingdao asked worriedly. Wang Ku pondered for a while before narrowing his eyes and looking at Zhang Jingdao. Wang Ku, what's with that look? Nothing good ever happens with that look of yours. What are you trying to do? Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. After dark, Wang Ku changed into the clothes of the palace guards and dived into a well in the great general's residence. The water in the well was very deep, and there was a pipe at the bottom. He followed the pipe and dived for 2 hours before emerging from another well. Voila! The connecting well that I dug back then was indeed not discovered by anyone. I'm already in the palace? Wang Ku slowly climbed out of the well. He used his vital energy to evaporate the water vapor on his body. Next, I just have to wait for Zhang Jingdao. Wang Ku stood in a dark corner beside the well and waited. Qingjing, outside the Daqing Palace. On a platform at the top of a tall building. Zhang Jingdao, eldest cousin, and a disciple of the Wang family could see the palace from where they stood. Above the palace, there was a layer of purple mist. It was like a formation that prevented outsiders from seeing what was inside. Did the sun rise from the west? Wang Ku entered the palace alone to find Princess Serene Moon? He doesn't want me to go? Zhang Jingdao was not used to this. The head of the family said that he can enter the palace alone. He wants you to be in charge of the matters outside the palace. Eldest cousin explained. Ha 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 ha, at least he found his conscience. Am I not in charge of receiving? What is this small matter? Safety first. Zhang Jingdao laughed. It was definitely risky to go to the palace, but it was definitely safe outside. Although it was to save Princess Serene Moon, Zhang Jingdao's cowardly personality made it best to be safe. Mr. Zhang, I heard from the head of the family that your escaping skills are the best in the world? Eldest cousin asked curiously. Of course. I'm not bragging, but I was able to escape from a golden core when I was in the Khanate realm. Now that I'm in the golden core realm, even a nascent soul realm cultivator might not be able to catch up with me. Zhang Jingdao boasted proudly. Then I'm relieved. Eldest cousin nodded. Haha, don't be so serious. It's more dangerous in the palace. It's very safe for us to stand outside. Zhang Jingdao comforted. Eldest cousin looked at Zhang Jingdao and retreated a distance. At the same time, he instructed another disciple of the Wang family, "Let's begin." Yes. The disciple of the Wang family replied respectfully. Begin? What do you want to begin? There's nothing here? That's right. Why does this disciple of the Wang family sound so much like me? Zhang Jingdao asked in surprise. However, the disciple of the Wang family suddenly gathered his true qi and roared into the sky. Niamiju, you be *tch. No man wants to be ugly. I Zhang Jingdao am here. Come and catch me if you can. Ha 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 ha. The disciple of the Wang family roared and his voice reverberated throughout Qinjing. In an instant, countless people stuck their heads out of their windows and looked in the direction of the voice. Eldest cousin and the disciple of the Wang family instantly hid in a house at the side and rushed down the stairs. They ran to the end of the street at lightning speed and disappeared without a trace. Only Zhang Jingdao, who was on the high platform, was exposed to the eyes of everyone in Qinjing. Zhang Jingdao's eyes widened. What's going on? What just happened? I didn't shout that. I didn't shout that. It's none of my business. It's none of my business. Boom. Above the purple mist of the palace, a figure shot up into the sky. With an aggressive aura, he looked in the direction of the voice. Niamiju? Zhang Jingdao was scared stiff. Niamiju also saw clearly that there was only Zhang Jingdao on the high platform. It was Zhang Jingdao's voice just now. Who else could it be other than him? You dare to call me *tch? You said no man wants me? You dare to call me ugly? Zhang Jingdao? You actually found your way here? You've got guts. How many years has it been since someone dared to call me that? You're courting death. Niamiju snorted coldly and was about to slash at Zhang Jingdao with her sword. At this moment, how could Zhang Jingdao not see the reason? Wang Ku was in charge of the inside of the palace, while he was in charge of the outside. How was this a rescue? This was drawing hatred. This was luring the tiger away from the mountain. Wang Ku wanted him to lure Niamiju away so that he could save Princess Yu. How was this safe? Damn it, this was the scariest part, okay? If he had known about this plan beforehand, Zhang Jingdao would never have agreed to it even if he was beaten to death. Wang Ku, eldest cousin, and the disciple of the Wang family who sounded like him. This was a trap. Now, Niamiju was here to kill him? It's none of my business. It's none of my business. Zhang Jingdao cried sadly and turned around to escape on his flying sword. I can recognize your voice even if you turn into ashes. It's none of your business. Stop right there. Niamiju rushed over. Just like that, the two of them chased out of the Qinjing royal city. After watching Zhang Jingdao leave, eldest cousin sighed. All right, the most dangerous Niamiju has been lured away. However, Zhang Jingdao said that even an original infant realm cultivator can't catch up with him. He shouldn't be in danger. Outside the city, Niamiju was extremely fast and was getting closer and closer to Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao used all his strength to activate his flying sword. Even an original infant realm cultivator can't catch up with me? Bullsh *t, that was just me bragging. Do you understand bragging? Can't you tell that I'm bragging? Wang Ku, you bastard, you've killed me! Zhang Jingdao's desperate cries came from outside the city. Chapter 42. Daqing Palace. Wang Ku was relieved to see that Zhang Jingdao had lured Nie Miju away. Nie Miju was the most dangerous person in the palace. With her guarding, who could take Princess Serene Moon away? Wang Ku took out the yearning pearl and started to check. Wang Ku followed the directions of the yearning pearl and quickly shuttled through the palace. There were also palace guards patrolling at night. Although Wang Ku nervously tried to avoid them, he was still accidentally seen by a group of patrolling guards. "Which department are you from? Why are you running around alone at night?" The leader of the guards shouted coldly. Even though Wang Ku was wearing the uniform of a palace guard and a hat, it was still suspicious for him to walk around the palace in the middle of the night. Wang Ku lowered his head and his expression changed. He knew that he had to act immediately. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had to knock this group of people out in an instant. Wang Ku pointed in front of him and said, "I have an order. I want to go to that palace." Wang Ku was waiting for the guards to turn around and take action immediately. At this moment, he was ready to act. However, the group of guards did not look at him as Wang Kuxuan expected. Instead, their expressions changed. "Brother, sorry for offending you. Sorry for disturbing you. Let's go, let's go." The leader of the guards bowed and turned around to escape with the rest of the guards. "Wang Ku, what's going on? They left on their own? Are they not going to interrogate me? They don't even care who I am? And they left so quickly?" Sure enough, the guards didn't care about Wang Ku and ran away one after another. They ran away? Are they crazy? I even took out my flying sword. Wang Ku stared at the group of guards who ran away. Wang Ku looked at the palace he was pointing at and said, "If I remember correctly, that is the queen's bedroom?" The yearning pearl pointed at the queen's bedroom. "I want to go there." Why did the guards run away when they heard that I was going there? Why did they pretend not to see me? Do they think I am the queen's lover? You don't even dare to check my identity? Is King Daqing dead? Why was the queen so unscrupulous? Why did the great Azure capital's harem become so chaotic? Wang Ku asked curiously. Although he was confused, the lovesickness bead was still pointing at the queen's chamber. Wang Ku continued to walk towards the queen's chamber. Sure enough, no one stopped them on the way. From afar, some guards seemed to have seen Wang Ku again. However, no one dared to stop him. They all looked at Wang Ku with pity. At the same time, they looked at the queen's bedchamber with fear. Creak! Wang Ku swaggered to the door of the empty queen's chamber and easily pushed open the door. "No way, it's that easy to get in?" A strange expression appeared on Wang Ku's face. Seeing that there was no danger, he stepped in. In the palace, under the queen's bedroom, there was a sealed and dark underground palace. The dim flames in the underground palace shone on the corpses on the ground. These corpses had died extremely miserably. It was as if all the blood in their bodies had been sucked out and they were shriveled on the ground. Not far away there was a torture rack. A man with disheveled hair was tied to the rack. The man looked horrified. "King Daqing? King Daqing? You actually mixed with this group of demons? You actually turned into a demon?" "No, no, no." The prisoner on the torture rack screamed in horror. It turned out that there was a middle-aged man in a dragon robe standing in front of him. It was King Daqing. Behind King Daqing, there was a group of black shadows hiding in the dark. They were the demons that the prisoner spoke of. TSK? Disciple of the immortal sect? Ha 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 ha, you only know the truth now. Serves you right to be devoured by King Daqing like these dried corpses. Ha 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 ha. The demons in the dark laughed loudly. The prisoner ignored the mockery of the demons and stared at the king in the dragon robe in front of him. "King Daqing? Do you know the consequences of turning into a demon? In the 3 great dynasties in the mortal district, no, in the past dynasties, the monarchs are not allowed to become disciples of either the orthodox or demonic sections. This is because if they become disciples of the orthodox sects, the demonic sects will kill them. If they become disciples of the demonic sects, the orthodox sects will kill them. You are monarchs and can only be neutral. You actually turned into a demon? You are still committing sins here? The prisoner glared at King Daqing and said hatefully, "So we, the emperor, deserve to only have a short life?" King Daqing said coldly, "You have enjoyed glory and wealth for generations. Isn't that enough?" The prisoner roared, "Not enough, not enough. How can glory and wealth be enough? Not only do I want to be a monarch, I want to be an immortal monarch. Mortals? I have had enough. I want immortality, I want immortality. The immortal sects have reached a consensus and are unwilling to accept me as a disciple? Not giving me immortality? Ha 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 ha, I want immortality." King Daqing shouted coldly, Your ancestors are virtuous. Both the righteous and demonic path have people protecting you. That's why you can become the ruler of the mortal district. As long as you can maintain your status, you can enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. But now, no one can protect you, no one can protect you. Daqing is finished. Ha ha, Daqing is finished. Ha 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 ha. The prisoner said savagely, "It's not over just because you've said so." Prince Qing stepped forward. "You have turned into a demon. You actually set up an underground palace in the palace and committed sins here. No wonder there are countless rumors in the palace. They say that you like to kill people in your dreams. When you sleep in the queen's sleeping quarters, screams often come from the queen's sleeping quarters. If the guards come near, they will be killed on the spot. So it was all to cover up this underground palace? Ha ha ha, paper can't protect fire. Demons are demons. When demons commit sins, demonic chi will be born. You have killed so many disciples of the immortal sects, and your cultivation has increased a lot. However, your demonic chi has increased a lot. If you leak any of it, the disciples of the immortal sects will find out and kill you. You can't cover it up. Ha 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 ha. The prisoner roared savagely. Can't cover it up? Then why didn't you find out? And why are you our prisoner? King Daqing sneered. Me? No, wait. How did you? Demonic chi? Ah. Then why don't you see if I have demonic chi? Ha 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 ha. King Daqing laughed. As he laughed, his face twisted, and two huge fangs appeared in his mouth. Then, he bit down on the prisoner's neck. How is this possible? How is this possible? You demonized and released your true energy. Why don't you have any demonic chi? Why don't you have any demonic chi? This is impossible. This is impossible. The prisoner screamed in terror. However, King Daqing's fangs had already sunk into the prisoner's neck. Blood and power flowed into King Daqing's body through the fangs. Rumble. The prisoner shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. I want to live forever. I want to be an immortal king. I want to rule the 4 seas and rule the world. I want to live forever. King Daqing said coldly as he sucked the prisoner's blood and essence. No, that's impossible. The demonic chi of an evil demon can't be fake. Why, no. The prisoner let out a shrill scream and then went silent. Soon, the prisoner shriveled up like the corpses on the ground. In the end, he shriveled up like a skeleton. Tsk. King Daqing pulled out his fangs and slowly retracted them. A boiling aura erupted in King Daqing's body. Bang! King Daqing's body trembled as a wave of air surged in all directions. Congratulations, King Daqing. You've reached the peak of the Khanate realm. A demon in the dark laughed. King Daqing opened his eyes and smiled. I have to thank everyone for capturing so many disciples of the immortal sects in the imperial court for me to extract their energy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to advance so quickly. What are you talking about? Haha, it's also because King Daqing is brave. Your granduncle once gave an order to the demonic sect that the disciples of the demonic sect are not allowed to turn you into a demon. We didn't listen to your granduncle this time and offended him. If you're exposed, please don't rat us out. A demon said with a smile. Don't worry. You brought me to the longevity door. How can I betray you? Besides, other than you, who else would know that I've become a demon? Me? How can I become a demon? I don't have any demonic chi on me. Ha 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 ha. King Da-Ching laughed. That's right. A month ago, you suddenly asked us to help you become a demon. At that time, I thought you were courting death. But why haven't you had any demonic chi recently? Only the Devil Lord can hide the demonic chi so seamlessly. How did you? A demon was puzzled. Ha ha. King Da-Ching put his hands behind his back and didn't explain. His right hand, which was behind his back, couldn't help but touch the string of prayer beads on his left wrist. If Wang Ku was here, he would recognize it at a glance. It was Princess Serene Moon's prayer beads that were sealed by the yearning worm. Wang Ku used the yearning worm to find it, but he didn't expect it to be in King Da-Ching's hands. This string of prayer beads actually had the effect of hiding demonic chi. The demons wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly, a bell rang from the underground palace. Clang, clang, clang. When the bell rang, all the demons' expressions changed and they looked up. Someone dares to barge into the queen's chamber again? A demon said in a deep voice. Someone has barged in. You guys hide here first. I'll go up and deal with it. Humph, let's see which guard dares to barge in. It seems that I haven't killed enough people, King Da-Ching said coldly. The demons nodded. King Da-Ching checked that there were no traces of blood on his body before he walked up the stairs. Above, in the queen's chamber, Wang Ku pushed open the door of the queen's chamber. He looked at the yearning worm in his hand and frowned. The yearning worm should be here, right? Here? Why is Princess Serene Moon in Queen Da-Ching's chamber? Did something happen? Wang Ku walked in with a terrible expression. There was a huge bed inside, and a woman in a thin veil was lying on the bed. The woman in the thin veil seemed to have been drugged and had fainted. Wang Ku's expression changed. He rushed forward and carried the woman in the thin veil to take a look. Phew, I was scared to death. I thought it was Princess Serene Moon who had been drugged. Fortunately, it wasn't her. Is this Queen Da-Ching? TSK. I left the mortal district for so many years. Did Zhu Yan change his queen again? Wang Ku sighed and shook his head. Wang Ku looked at the sleeping queen in his arms and frowned. That's not right. The queen was drugged? She fainted on the bed? No one dares to come near? Who did this? Why is Da-Ching's harem so chaotic? At this moment, Wang Ku's expression tightened. He sensed that someone was coming from the room next door. Are you done hugging? A cold voice sounded. Wang Ku's expression tightened. He threw the queen on the bed and turned to look. He saw King Da-Ching in a dragon robe walking over slowly under the dim candlelight. King Da-Ching, Zhu Yan? Wang Ku squinted his eyes. When King Da-Ching saw Wang Ku, his eyes narrowed. Wang Ku, you're back? Chapter 43. The Queen's Bedroom. While the Queen was unconscious on the bed, Wang Ku and King Da-Ching, Zhu Yan, were sitting at a table not far away. The two of them seemed to have suddenly reunited after knowing each other for many years. You left for decades. I thought you were dead. Zhu Yan said coldly. If I didn't leave quickly back then, I would have died long ago. Wang Ku also looked at Zhu Yan unhappily. Back then? If you didn't want to rebel back then, why did you escape? Zhu Yan said solemnly. Zhu Yan picked up the wine pot at the side and started pouring wine. You still have the cheek to say that? Back then, in the Great Qing dynasty, what was your identity? You were the weakest prince. If I didn't help you with all the Wang family's strength, would you have stood out and suppressed the other 8 princes to become the king of Great Qing? Wang Ku glared. Zhu Yan picked up a cup of wine and handed it to Wang Ku. But you still rebelled. *T. What did you say to me back then? Once you become the king of Great Qing, you will share the Great Qing dynasty with me and be on equal footing. Of course, I didn't expect you to fulfill your promise. But after I helped you seize the throne, you should at least protect my Wang family, right? Cook the hound after the rabbit has been caught? Are you going to silence my Wang family? Wang Ku glared. You can't blame me back then. I also wanted to take care of your Wang family, but you didn't believe me. I, Zhu Yan, am still very sentimental. Zhu Yan sighed. Value relationships? Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? The first thing you did after seizing the throne was to kill 8 of your brothers. Don't worry about them seizing the throne again. Your sisters have no chance of seizing the throne, right? All they did was gather together and grumble a little, and you killed them all? Those are your family. Do you really want to be alone after killing them? Wang Ku glared at Zhu Yan. A general's success is built on thousands of bones. The monarch was a loner. Wang Ku, you should be glad that I didn't kill your Wang family back then. I didn't do anything wrong to you. You betrayed me by betraying me. Zhu Yan said in a low voice. Bullshit, who are you trying to fool? Did you order the cook in my residence to poison my family's banquet? Do you think I'm rebelling for no reason? Damn it, don't harm my whole family. Do you think I'll rebel? Wang Ku glared at him. That chef? Zhu Yan's face darkened. Back then, I intentionally allowed him to be bribed by you. Do you really think you can bribe my people? Wang Ku said disdainfully. Revolt? Back then, I had already stabilized the country. What's the point of your rebellion? In the end, didn't they still flee in defeat? Zhu Yan said in a low voice. Me? Run? Rebellion is useless? Heh, Scarlet Ape, have you forgotten the days when I surrounded the palace with soldiers and you were trembling on your throne? Escape? That day, if not for the sudden appearance of an immortal sect disciple to warn me, do you think I will leave the great Qing dynasty? Wang Ku said coldly. Immortal sect disciple? Without the intervention of an immortal sect disciple, the great Qing dynasty would have changed hands long ago. You're too heartless. Do you know how many officials sent me invitations to visit when I rebelled? You're unpopular. They killed their loved ones, killed their loyal officials, and ignored the natural disasters of the common people for their own selfish desires. The common people were already boiling with resentment. When I rebelled back then, everyone supported me. Unfortunately, I calculated everything, but I didn't expect that there would be an immortal sect protecting the great Qing dynasty. I understand now. It should be because of the good deeds of your ancestors that you were protected by an immortal sect, right? Wang Ku stared at Zhu Yan and asked. You're right. My granduncle held a high position in an immortal sect. Not only me but also the other 2 dynasties. If not for an immortal sect background, how could I have such a great country? Moreover, I have a background in both the righteous and demonic sects. Zhu Yan said proudly. Then why are you so miserable? Wang Ku asked curiously. Zhu Yan. With an immortal sect background, how could your cultivation be so weak? When I left, you weren't even at the Khanate realm. You're only cultivating the cultivation techniques of the mortal world? Wang Ku asked curiously. Wang Ku's words instantly poked Zhu Yan's sore spot. This was also something that Zhu Yan complained about every day. Not only did the immortal sect background not give him cultivation techniques, but they also didn't allow other immortal sect disciples to teach him? Do you really think I'm satisfied just because I'm a mortal king? I want to live forever. I understand now. It should be the immortal sect background behind you that wants to protect your bloodline. It's enough to let your Zhu bloodline continue. Once you join an immortal sect, you'll be in danger of being exterminated at any time if you choose to join either the righteous or demonic sects. It's just giving you a life of riches. Wang Ku laughed. So what? You haven't. Weren't you scared by the immortal sect disciples back then, and led your entire clan to leave the mortal district? Zhu Yan said coldly. I couldn't fight for the world back then, but I've thought it through these years. What's the use of fighting for the world in the mortal world? Won't I be a loser after a few decades? The most important thing is to join an immortal sect and cultivate the art of immortality. Wang Ku shook his head. Have you obtained the art of immortality? Zhu Yan frowned. It's just luck. I've already joined an immortal sect and cultivated the art of immortality. The mortal world? I don't want it anymore. Wang Ku smiled faintly. Joined an immortal sect? That's a good thing. After all, you and I know each other. Today you're back. Let me give you a toast. Zhu Yan handed the cup of wine to Wang Ku. Wang Ku wanted to say something, but he suddenly saw the string of prayer beads on Zhu Yan's wrist. Princess Serene Moon's prayer beads? Why would the prayer beads that his yearning pearl sensed be on Zhu Yan's wrist? Wang Ku's heart sank. He suppressed what he wanted to say and took the cup of wine. Zhu Yan's eyes lit up when he saw Wang Ku take the cup of wine. This pot of wine was not good stuff, but highly poisonous. During this period of time, Zhu Yan had been killing righteous immortal sect disciples in the underground palace. There would definitely be screams. Once there was a big commotion, guards would definitely come to investigate. Every time, Zhu Yan would give the guards a cup of wine and poison them to death. It was used to intimidate the others in the palace and let everyone know that anyone who disturbed the queen's bedroom in the middle of the night would die. Otherwise, he could still reprimand the guards today when they heard the commotion. But what about the concubines and palace maids tomorrow? What about the ministers who broke into the palace for state affairs? No reason could be allowed to break into the queen's bedroom. Because once the secret of the underground palace was discovered, he would be doomed eternally. After a few deaths, no one dared to break into the queen's bedroom. This was also the reason why the guards turned and ran when they heard that Wang Ku wanted to enter the queen's bedroom. Wang Ku did not know that the pot of wine was poisoned. Wang Ku had reached the Khanate realm back then. Although Zhu Yan was confident that he could suppress him now, why not use a trick when there was a chance? Even a Khanate realm expert would die after drinking a cup of poisoned wine. Wang Ku was extremely vigilant. Zhu Yan was worried that Wang Ku would refuse to take the cup of wine, so he accompanied Wang Ku for half a day. But now Wang Ku actually took it? That's great. Zhu Yan, aren't you curious why I came to your palace? Wang Ku asked in a low voice, holding the cup of wine. Wang Ku stared at the prayer beads on Zhu Yan's wrist, and became more and more worried. Why was Princess Serene Moon's prayer beads in Zhu Yan's hands? You're here? Of course you're here to catch up with me. I haven't poured wine for anyone for many years. Please. Zhu Yan stared at Wang Ku. I don't care what you're here for. Now that I have a secret, you're no longer important. Die. No, I have something to ask you. Wang Ku shook his head. We haven't seen each other for many years, and there's no conflict of interest now. I'm the king and you've entered the immortal sect. Of course, I welcome you here. You can ask me anything, but you have to drink first. Zhu Yan shook his head and said emotionally. Wang Ku looked at Zhu Yan. In fact, he had already sensed that this wine was not simple. Zhu Yan, this old fellow, knew what he was going to poop when he stuck his butt out. He kept asking him to drink. Was there poison? Poison? Am I, Wang Ku, afraid? I cultivated the grand solar immortal technique and used all the poisons in the 100,000 mountains. I'm already immune to all poisons. I'm not afraid whether it's poisoned or not. Wang Ku swallowed the cup of wine in one gulp. Zhu Yan's eyes lit up when he saw Wang Ku drink the poisoned wine. This wine kills at the sight of blood. You'll die after drinking it. Haha, Wang Ku, let's see if you're still alive. Alright, I'm going to ask now, and I hope you're not lying to me. Wang Ku took a deep breath. You're fine? Zhu Yan was stunned. Could it be that the poison hasn't taken effect yet? Impossible. Which of the guards who were given the death sentence didn't die after drinking it? What can be wrong? I'm not going to collapse after one cup. Didn't I drink with you in the past? Don't you know my alcohol tolerance? Wang Ku said with a frown. Wang Ku was immune to all poisons. The poison in the wine just now was far inferior to the poison he used to cultivate. So much so that Wang Ku did not realize that there was poison in it. However, Zhu Yan could not understand this scene. Impossible? Come, I'll pour you another cup. Zhu Yan immediately poured another cup of wine for Wang Ku. Zhu Yan, what's the meaning of this? Wang Ku asked with a frown. Drink. We'll talk after you drink. Zhu Yan said anxiously. Wang Ku's face sank slightly. However, he hoped that Zhu Yan could tell him the truth. In the end, he did not refuse and drank another mouthful. Still nothing happened. Zhu Yan grabbed the wine pot, its face turning stiff. What's going on? Why is Wang Ku completely fine? Isn't this the poison crane crown red? Could it be that the queen changed the wine? It must be. It must be that the queen didn't know about the situation and replaced my wine with normal wine. That stupid woman, didn't I tell her? Don't touch this wine pot. Don't touch this wine pot. She even changed it for me? Stupid woman, stupid woman. Zhu Yan, I want to ask you something. Why do you keep urging me to drink? Furthermore, you keep asking me to drink. Why don't you drink it yourself? What are you trying to do? Wang Ku asked sullenly. What could I be trying to do? We haven't seen each other for many years. Although we had our conflicts back then, I now understand the loneliness of being alone. There is no one around to talk to. I'm happy to see a friend of the past return and be able to talk to him. I can't help but offer an extra cup of wine. Come, I'll drink with you. Let's drink and talk. Why are you looking for me? What can't we talk about? Zhu Yan smiled and poured a cup for himself and Wang Ku. I'm not here to drink. I really have something to do today. I also want to talk to you properly. However, if you're not willing to tell me, don't blame me for being heartless. Wang Ku said after taking a deep breath. With that, Wang Ku drank that cup of wine. What do you want to ask? Just say it. Why did you return this time? And why did you secretly enter the palace? Zhu Yan probed with a frown. While probing, Zhu Yan also drank the wine in the cup. I want to ask, where did you get this string of prayer beads? Wang Ku asked in a deep voice as he pointed at the prayer beads on Zhu Yan's wrist. Zhu Yan's expression changed at that question. That was its biggest secret. The prayer beads could conceal its demonic aura. Even the group of evil spirits that helped it enter the demonic path did not know about it. Why did Wang Ku ask about the prayer beads? The importance of the prayer beads was self-evident. Anyone who dared to inquire about it would die, no matter who it was. Wang Ku was even more out of the question. In an instant, Zhu Yan's killing intent surged. It did not want to waste any more words with Wang Ku. It wanted to kill him in one strike while he was not paying attention. Zhu Yan was about to go berserk and pounce. However, for some reason, there was a sudden boom in its head. Zhu Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, which shot straight at Wang Ku. Stunned, Wang Ku dodged it. The blood arrow landed on the ground and immediately corroded the floor. The wine is poisoned? Zhu Yan exclaimed with a pale face. Wang Ku! What's going on? I didn't poison it. Don't blame me. Chapter 44. Zhu Yan fell to the ground from its own poisonous wine, its face contorted in pain. How could Wang Ku not understand what was going on? Zhu Yan? You poisoned me, but you didn't poison me? I fell for it? Ha ha ha, you're still as sinister and vicious as ever. I'm reminiscing about old times with you, and you're poisoning me? Wang Ku said coldly. Why are you fine? Zhu Yan spat out another mouthful of poisonous blood. Wang Ku kept a cold face and did not tell the reason. Instead, he reached out to take the prayer beads on Zhu Yan's wrist. Why aren't you poisoned? Zhu Yan continued to yell as it glared at Wang Ku. Even a Khanate realm cultivator could not withstand this poisonous wine, but Zhu Yan was already at peak Khanate realm and had succumbed to the demonic side. Cultivators who had succumbed to the demonic side needed to use poison to cultivate, so most demons had good resistance to poison. Zhu Yan wanted to stall for time. After a while, it would be able to force out all the poison. Pfft! Zhu Yan spat out the third mouthful of poisonous blood, and the poison in its body was reduced by more than half. However, Wang Ku took the prayer beads from Zhu Yan's hand. "What are you doing? Give it back to me!" Zhu Yan exclaimed. Bam! Wang Ku kicked it to the ground. You hadn't reached the Khanate realm when I left back then. It's been a few decades now, and your body's functions have declined. It's even harder to cross the threshold of the Khanate realm now. You want to harm me and poison me? Looks like you're not confident in your cultivation. You haven't reached the Khanate realm yet, right? You still dare to resist? Wang Ku said coldly. F***ck. Zhu Yan was kicked to the ground by Wang Ku, and it spat out another mouthful of poisonous blood. With this mouthful of poisonous blood, almost all the poisonous wine was forced out of Zhu Yan's body. Zhu Yan turned its head and said coldly, Wang Ku, do you want to die? Want to die? You're the one who wants to die. You bastard, how dare you poison my wine? If I hadn't discovered it in time, I would have been poisoned to death. Zhu Yan, you are testing my patience. Wang Ku said coldly. You didn't drink? No wonder. Zhu Yan said coldly. You didn't drink? Of course, Wang Ku drank it. He had only deliberately lured Zhu Yan to conceal his secret of being impervious to poison. Zhu Yan, since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being merciless. Speak, how did you get this bracelet? Wang Ku said coldly. As he spoke, Wang Ku even tried to scare him by flipping over a nearby table and kicking it. Wang Ku thought that Zhu Yan's strength had not yet reached the Xiantian realm, and it had been poisoned, so it was impossible for it to resist. Therefore, Wang Ku did not want to talk nonsense, and directly interrogated it. But was Zhu Yan weak? During this period of time, the scarlet ape had been devouring the blood and quintessential yuan of the disciples of the immortal sections. Its cultivation base had long since reached the peak of the Xiantian realm. Furthermore, it had forced out all of its poisonous blood just now. Thus, it was now at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Dealing with Wang Ku was as easy as flipping its hand. Who? Zhu Yan waved his hand, seemingly wanting to slap Wang Ku with his palm. Cough! At this moment, a woman's cough was heard outside the room. This cough caused Zhu Yan, who was about to explode, to suddenly come to his senses. At this moment, it seemed that a guard outside the room was trembling as he spoke. Your Majesty, Fairy Qing has returned and heard the commotion in the Queen's chamber. She inquired if something had happened. May Fairy Qing take action? The guard outside the room spoke. Wang Ku's expression changed. Had he kicked over the table and caused too much of a ruckus? Had he attracted the people outside? Wang Ku's expression changed. He immediately took out a long sword and placed it on Zhu Yan's throat to prevent it from speaking nonsense. I'm fine. Go and report to Fairy Qing that I was having fun with the Queen and accidentally caused a commotion. Zhu Yan immediately shouted outside. Yes. The guard immediately ran away impatiently. Outside the room, the guard quickly ran to a nearby eave and bowed respectfully to the roof. Fairy Qing, His Majesty said it's fine. Moreover, this is not the first time this has happened. This month, His Majesty and the Queen have been having a lot of fun. Sometimes there are even screams. The guard said respectfully. A woman was standing on the eave. She was none other than Niemiju, who had chased Zhang Jingdao to kill him. Niemiju had returned. However, she was obviously very angry with Zhang Jingdao. The anger on her face had yet to dissipate. As soon as she returned, she heard the commotion in the Queen's chamber. Why would there be a commotion in the middle of the night? The guard beside her did not react at all. Were these guards deaf? So he asked. In the end, the guard said it was normal. The guard was used to it. Why should she meddle in other people's business? The commotion of a couple having fun? Was it the commotion of a couple having sex? TSK. Niemiju, who was originally angry, blushed when she heard this explanation. She did not investigate further. Inside the Queen's chamber, Wang Ku was satisfied when he heard Zhu Yan's shout. At least you know what's good for you. Wang Ku did not know that Fairy Qing was Niemiju. Otherwise, he would not be in the mood to interrogate Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan's expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Zhu Yan was confident that it could split Wang Ku in half with one palm. It was a peak Xiantian realm expert. How could Wang Ku compare to it? However, Zhu Yan did not dare to make a move now, because Wang Ku had snatched the string of prayer beads away. If it made a move, the devil aura would leak out. According to the other evil spirits, Fairy Qing was a peerless expert of the righteous path. She would not tolerate even a speck of sand in her eyes. If she saw someone with devil aura, she would kill them at all costs. During this period, Fairy Qing often stayed in the palace. This was also the reason why a dignified monarch like Zhu Yan had to dig an underground palace and use the queen as a cover. That was why it dared to secretly cultivate devil technique. Once it made a move, the devil aura would leak out. But it would be killed by Fairy Qing. Right now, it was confronting Wang Ku. If it attracted Fairy Qing's attention and accidentally leaked the slightest bit, it would also expose its secret of becoming a devil. Therefore, it could not let Fairy Qing know about what happened in this room. Damn, it could not use its peak Xiantian realm strength? Tell me, where did you get these prayer beads? Where is the original owner of these beads? Wang Ku said coldly. Wang Ku, do you think you can threaten me? Zhu Yan said coldly. You won't tell me? Wang Ku pressed the longsword in his hand against Zhu Yan's neck. Kill me then? Kill me then? If you kill me, you won't know anything. Zhu Yan said coldly. Wang Ku's expression changed. Zhu Yan, this old thing, could tell that he was worried about Princess Serene Moon's safety, so he deliberately refused to tell him. You want me to kill you? Are you sure that I won't dare to touch you? Wang Ku's expression turned cold. He put away the longsword and took out a long whip. Smack! The whip hit Zhu Yan's face, leaving a bloody mark. Wang Ku glared at it and said, Tell me, are you going to tell me or not? Zhu Yan screamed from the slap and looked at Wang Ku in disbelief. If you don't tell me, I'll continue to whip you. I'll whip you until you tell me. Wang Ku said coldly. Smack! 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 How dare you, Zhu Yan shouted ferociously. It wanted to slap Wang Ku to death. But it was Fairy Qing outside, and it could not use its genuine qi. It could only take the beating and run. Escape from the house? If it ran, wouldn't the people outside know about what happened in the house? If Fairy Qing saw it go out, she would definitely find out the reason. The door of the underground palace is not closed yet. If Fairy Qing used her divine sense to scan it, wouldn't all its secrets be exposed? Enough, don't hit me, Give me back the prayer beads. Zhu Yan could only grit its teeth and swallow it. Stubborn? If you don't tell me, I'll whip you until you tell me. Wang Ku said coldly. Zhu Yan could not use its genuine qi, but Wang Ku could. He was in the second stage of the Xiantian realm. How could he not suppress Zhu Yan? Screams continued in the house. This scream made Niamiju, who was in the outside world, confused. The sound of the whip in the queen's chamber is also a couple having fun? Niamiju looked at the guard in confusion. Yes, in the past month, there have been all kinds of sounds coming from the queen's chamber. This is already considered light, the guard said respectfully. The image of the queen whipping Zhu Yan appeared in Niamiju's mind. He looked at the queen's chamber in disdain. The descendants of the Zhu family are getting worse with each generation. They don't handle political affairs properly. Who knows what is in their heads every day? After saying that, Niamiju turned his head. When he turned his head, he suddenly heard Wang Ku's voice from the queen's chamber. You still won't tell me? Am I going to continue? Wang Ku's low and hoarse voice came from afar. Niamiju was stunned. Why is there another man's voice in the queen's chamber? If Zhu Yan had not screamed for help, Niamiju would have barged in. Fairy Qing, this is normal. In the past month, the king has often brought people into the queen's chamber. I have seen it many times. Today, I saw a guard enter the queen's chamber with my own eyes. The guard said respectfully. Niemiju was stunned. He could not wrap his head around it. Zhu Yan and his wife were having sex, playing a game of torture, and inviting others to join them? Was this a common occurrence? This time, they invited a palace guard? Was this Zhu Yan a pervert? How could he invite others to participate in this kind of thing? Didn't he find it disgusting? Ah! Zhu Yan's screams of pain came from afar. The guard outside was calm and fearful. Niemiju automatically filled in the blank. Was that scream a pervert's pleasure? Niemiju's face turned ugly. Pervert. A pervert worse than a beast. Niemiju did not dare to imagine the scene in the room. There was such a pervert in the world? The descendants of the Zhu family were disgusting. Listening to it here would dirty their ears. As for scanning with their divine sense, that was even more impossible. It was disgusting to listen to it, let alone look. The screams in the room continued. Zhu Yan was also resentful. He clearly had the means to kill Wang Ku, but he could only hold it in and let Wang Ku beat him up. What the F***ck is going on here? Fairy Qing, why are you meddling in other people's business? The demons in the underground palace did not dare to show their heads when they heard Fairy Qing's appearance. Therefore, the scene in the room was that the queen was still unconscious and Wang Ku was stepping on Zhu Yan and whipping him. Speak, are you still not going to speak? If you don't speak, I'll be serious. Wang Ku threatened in a low voice. Zhu Yan was bitter. The demons in the underground palace were terrified. Niemiju's face was full of disgust and disgust. Wang Ku held a whip in his right hand and a candle in his left hand, shining it on Zhu Yan's face. Scarlet Ape had already been beaten to the point where it no longer resembled a human. You're really stubborn? If you don't speak, I'll search for you myself. Wang Ku said coldly. Search? Zhu Yan's expression changed. This search is going to cause trouble. You're talking about the owner of the prayer beads, the woman with the scar on her face? Zhu Yan immediately lowered his voice. Wang Ku turned his head and stared at Zhu Yan. Yes, she's Princess Serene Moon. Where is she? Why are her prayer beads in your hands? Zhu Yan's face twitched. In the end, he said, that woman was brought here by Fairy Qing. Fairy Qing? Fairy Qing outside? Who is she? Wang Ku frowned. Our Zhu family has been calling her Fairy Qing for generations. But I know that she has another name, Niemiju. Zhu Yan explained. What? Niemiju is Fairy Qing? Wang Ku's face changed. Just now, Fairy Qing was asking about Niemiju? She was standing outside the door? Wang Ku broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, he cursed Zhang Zhengdao in his heart. Bastard, didn't I ask him to delay Niemiju? Why did she come back so early? She even blocked my door? That's right. Fairy Qing came to stay in my palace a little over a month ago. I saw that Princess Yu, and the two of them seemed to have quarreled for a while. I couldn't hear much from afar, but I saw Fairy Qing take off Princess Yu's prayer beads. She said that the prayer beads could hide her true Qi attribute, and then threw the prayer beads far away. Princess Serene Moon wanted to take it, but Fairy Qing grabbed her and flew away with her. I secretly hid the prayer beads. If you're looking for Princess Serene Moon, you should ask Fairy Qing. Zhu Yan said bitterly. No wonder the prayer beads are in your hands. Where did Fairy Qing imprison Princess Serene Moon? Wang Ku asked in a deep voice. I don't know. I only heard Fairy Qing and Princess Serene Moon's conversation from afar. She said that she had a family in the secular world. Although they haven't contacted each other for many years, she once secretly inquired about the family head. He was called Nye Tianba. Fairy Qing said that Princess Serene Moon was temporarily imprisoned in her family in the secular world. She would bring Princess Serene Moon back during the Netherworld Demon Conference. Zhu Yan explained. Nye Tianba? Nye family? How is that possible? Niemiju came from the Nye family in Juxian town? Then why didn't they recognize each other? Wang Ke raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Zhuxian town? Zhu Yan asked curiously. Wang Ke ignored Zhu Yan and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Wang Ke remembered that before he left the mountain gate, Zhang Xinshu said that Nie Tianba told him that he came to block him and Zhang Jingdao. At that time, he didn't have time to study the reason. Now it all made sense. Wang Ke understood. Nie Tianba had imprisoned Princess Serene Moon again, so he concluded that he and Zhang Jingdao would come out of the mountain gate to save her. Therefore, he led the trouble to them. Princess Serene Moon must be in his hands. Zhu Yan didn't lie to him? Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Wang Ke snorted coldly. As he spoke, Wang Ke took out a rope and tied Zhu Yan up. Zhu Yan stared at Wang Ke. He really wanted to kill Wang Ke, but why did God play such a trick on him? He could only let himself be tied up. He had so much power, but he could only hold it in. Why? Okay, Zhu Yan, thank you for the information. I'll write off the fact that you tried to poison me. Don't complicate things or I'll kill you later. Wang Ke glared at Zhu Yan. As he spoke, Wang Ke packed up and was about to leave. Give me back the prayer beads. Give them back. Zhu Yan shouted angrily. However, Wang Ke didn't care. He picked up some rags from the side and stuffed Zhu Yan's mouth with them. With a creak, he opened the door. Niemiju was still outside. Wang Ke had to leave immediately. It was a pity that Wang Ke could only grab some valuable things and stuff them in his pocket. Woo-woo! Zhu Yan's mouth was gagged. He didn't dare to make a sound. Zhu Yan had so much power, but he didn't dare to use it. Zhu Yan was about to go crazy from holding it in. Fortunately, Wang Ke, the scourge, was gone. Wang Ke walked out of the queen's chamber, lowered his hat, and ran away quickly under the moonlight. In the distance, Niemiju saw a man coming out of the queen's chamber. His disgusted expression became even more disgusted. Did King Qing and the queen really find a guard to accompany them in the bedroom? Bah, how disgusting! The surrounding guards widened their eyes. Who was this brother? Was he so powerful? How could he walk out of that door alive? Wang Ke also noticed Niemiju on the roof. His heart skipped a beat. He lowered his hat and didn't dare to raise his head to avoid being discovered. He quickly ran into the darkness and disappeared from everyone's sight. This trip to the queen's palace was really dangerous. Wang Ke avoided the guards and returned to the previous well. With a push of his hand, half of his body entered the well and was about to return. Before he left, he glanced at Niemiju. Niemiju was standing on the roof with her hands behind her back. She was originally the only one standing on the roof. Under the bright moonlight, she looked otherworldly. However, a red-robed man suddenly appeared. That red-robed man hugged Niemiju from behind. This female fiend also has a man? Wang Ke was surprised. After a moment of surprise, Wang Ke's expression changed. That was because Wang Ke recognized the man who hugged Niemiju from behind. Zhu Hongyi? The Hall Master of the Great Yin demonic sect? How is this possible? Wang Ke was shocked. Not long ago, at Immortal Wolf Town, Wang Ke tricked Zhang Xinshu into going next door to ask for an evil demon. In the end, he attracted the lightning of the Heavenly Wolf sect. At that time, a nascent soul realm big shot of the Heavenly Wolf sect blasted the lightning and shouted for Chen Tianyuan to fight. That hall master was Zhu Hongyi. Wang Ke saw it clearly. In front of him, Zhu Hongyi was hugging Niemiju. The hall master of the great Yin demonic sect was hugging the East Wolf Palace master? Even if this scene was spread throughout the 100,000 mountains, it was impossible for anyone to believe it. However, this scene had truly appeared in front of Wang Ke. This world is too crazy. Even a cat and a mouse can be together? Wang Ke didn't shout. He didn't dare to shout. He instantly dived into the well and dove down. It was too dangerous. He had to save Princess Serene Moon as soon as possible. Chapter 45. On one of the roofs of the palace, Zhu Hongyi suddenly appeared and hugged Niemiju from behind. Niamiju's body tensed up and his expression changed. Bang! Zhu Hongyi was freed from Niamiju's grip. Zhu Hongyi, show some respect. Niamiju glared at him. The surrounding guards were stunned as they looked at the man who suddenly appeared on the roof. Zhu Hongyi waved his hand and a cloud of fog spread to the surrounding guards. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding guards fainted. You went to the serious sect to show off. Now you want to kill everyone here? Niamiju stared at him. You know that I went to the serious sect? Ha, Qing don't mind me. I'm not doubting your words. I was just passing by and met a few bastards who lied to me. I wanted to look for them, but their leader had already gone into hiding. In order not to let you misunderstand, I didn't pursue the matter and didn't stay in the Immortal Wolf Town any longer. I left immediately. It's true. Zhu Hongyi smiled bitterly. Then Niamiju pointed at the surrounding guards and said coldly, Don't worry, my Qing. They are just unconscious and will wake up tomorrow. How can we let others eavesdrop on our conversation? Zhu Hongyi said with a smile. Humph. Niamiju snorted coldly. I just got the news that someone dared to insult you in Qingjing. I came here immediately. His name is Zhang Jingdao? Where is he? I'll kill him. Zhu Hongyi said in a deep voice. I've already dealt with it. You don't have to care about my business. You should take care of the descendants of the Zhu family. Niamiju said coldly. Descendants of the Zhu family? You mean Zhu Yan? This guy is indeed ruthless. He's my brother's descendant and I don't like him. Unfortunately, he's the only descendant of the Zhu family. I can't do anything about it. Otherwise, if you're unhappy, I can remove him at any time. Zhu Hongyi sighed. Humph, what does it have to do with you whether I'm happy or not? Niamiju said coldly. Qing, are you still angry with me? Back then, you and I were childhood sweethearts. Although our families didn't agree, you and I were both willing to risk our lives for each other. Back then, you weren't like this to me. Zhu Hongyi sighed. Ha, you still have the nerve to talk about the past? Have you forgotten why I'm called Niamiju? Niamiju stared at the man in front of him with red eyes. It's all my fault, all my fault. Back then, you and I agreed to join the Immortal Sect to cultivate together, but I joined the Devil Sect. You can't blame me for this. Who asked the Heavenly Wolf Sect to look down on me and only accept you as a disciple and not me? That's why I joined the Devil Cult. Zhu Hongyi sighed. You were forced? Then, were you forced to slaughter my clan and eat my parents? Niamiju asked coldly. I didn't eat them. I just drew their blood. Their dried corpses were still there. I already said that I couldn't control myself when I became a devil cult. When I first came to your Nye clan, your parents mocked and ridiculed me when they found out that I joined the devil cult. I couldn't control myself to begin with. When they provoked me, my demonic nature flared up. Then, on a full moon night, my demonic nature flared up. I don't even know what I did. Zhu Hongyi sighed. You and I have an irreconcilable enmity. My parents and siblings were killed by a devil like you, so I swore to exterminate all devils, exterminate all devils. That's why I changed my name to Niamiju so that I wouldn't forget what happened that day. Zhu Hongyi, I can't wait to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Niamiju said coldly with red eyes. Qing, I know you still have me in your heart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have protected the great Qing dynasty all these years. Zhu Hongyi comforted. I didn't help you because of you. I did it because of your brother. Your brother saved the remaining branches of the Nye clan from your hands. That's why I protected his descendants all these years. Now I don't care anymore. Niamiju said coldly. You've gone mad from killing devils. The devil cult disciples want to get rid of you. That's why you don't dare to let others know that you have relatives in the secular world to avoid being targeted by the devil cult. Actually, you don't have to be so worried. You can stop the righteous Dao from targeting the great Qing dynasty, but how can I stop the devil cult from targeting the Nye clan in Vermilion Immortal Town? Haven't you noticed? Vermilion Immortal Town is named after my surname, Zhu Hongyi. I already told them that the devil cult disciples aren't allowed to go to Vermilion Immortal Town, Zhu Hongyi said solemnly. Vermilion Immortal Town? Vermilion? Niamiju was surprised. Also, why is the great Qing dynasty called Qing? Because your Qing or you, Niechingqing, have the word Qing in your name, Zhu Hongyi explained. Qing? Niamiju bit his lips. Qing after so many years, I've never forgotten you. I've missed you, Qing Zhu Hongyi took a step forward and wanted to hug Niamiju again. You. Niamiju pulled out his sword and blocked Zhu Hongyi. Qing I know the hatred in your heart. That's why, after so many years, no matter how much I've missed you, I've endured it and never dared to see you. I know I've wronged you. But it's all in the past, isn't it? It's all in the past. Zhu Hongyi said gently. I can't. Niamiju's eyes were wet. You're on the righteous Tao. I'll never see you, and I don't have the face to see you. But now that you've joined the demonic Tao, you're also a member of the demonic Tao. Soon, your demonic nature will flare up, and we'll be the same kind of people again. That's why I dared to come and find you. Qing Devil Lord demonized you and made you the Fifth Hall Master. Do you know how I felt when I heard the news? Zhu Hongyi looked at Niamiju and said affectionately. The sword in Niamiju's hand trembled, and his eyes were red. The demonic sect's disciples have countless complaints about you, and I've suppressed them for you. Whoever dares to speak ill of you, I'll make them wish they were dead. You said you wanted to hold a Netherworld Demon Conference, and I'll help you spread the invitation everywhere. Not many demonic sect's disciples know your identity yet. On the day of the Netherworld Demon Conference, you announce your identity, and I'll stand guard for you. Don't worry, with me around, no one will dare to look down on you. Zhu Hongyi stepped forward and said, I don't want to join the demonic Tao, I don't want to be a demonic Tao. Niamiju seemed to have collapsed. The sword in his hand fell, and his entire body was covered in tears. I know. Zhu Hongyi hugged Niamiju and let him cry as he collapsed. The next day, Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao had already left Qingjing, and they were galloping quickly on horseback. Quick, let's go back to Zhuxian Town as fast as we can, Wang Ku shouted as he rode on his horse. On the horse beside him, Zhang Jingdao's face was swollen like a pig's head, and his entire body was swollen. At this moment, he was staring at Wang Ku with resentment. Wang Ku, is my face still swollen? Zhang Jingdao finally couldn't help but cry out. Wang Ku looked at Zhang Jingdao. You look much better than last night, and your panda eyes look a little cute. Of course, overall, you still look like you're asking for a beating. Zhang Jingdao covered his face, which was still burning. Cute my ass, I'm asking for a beating. Can you not trick me like this? Do you know how miserable I am? Do you know how hard Niamiju hit me? Zhang Jingdao covered his face and said angrily. You chose this path yourself. Yesterday I gave you a choice. One person went into the palace to save the princess, and the other was in charge of the matters outside the palace. You chose to be outside the palace. Wang Ku pushed the blame to him. I thought you only said to provide support, but you let me be beaten up by Niamiju. Look at my swollen face, can I still look at it? No, you have to compensate me. Zhang Jingdao refused to give up. You're asking me for money? Wang Ku stared at him in surprise. It was as if Zhang Jingdao was telling a joke. Zhang Jingdao's face was red. Wang Ku was such a miser, how could he extort money from him? That's right, this time, you have to compensate me. 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones. Zhang Jingdao's resentment was about to explode. Fine, if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have settled the score with you. You were in charge of the matters outside the palace. You also knew that you were in charge of delaying Niamiju. But, did you succeed? Niamiju went back, so what did you do? I was almost caught by her. Do you know how dangerous it was for me in the palace? Not only did I have to face Emperor Qing, but I also had to face Zhu Hongyi. In the end, you let Nyemija go. Do you know how big of a loss I suffered? Your face was only swollen and you suffered some physical pain. What about me? I almost died in there. Wang Ku glared. Zhang Jingdao's face stiffened. Do you know how frightened I was? Do you know how much I had to pay to find this string of prayer beads? I used up all my connections and even turned against my former best friend. What did I do for you? Wasn't it because I didn't want you to be punished by your superior? I did so much for you, sacrificed so much, and you still have the nerve to talk about money with me? You're the one who should compensate me for my losses. Wang Ku glared at him and scolded. Zhang Jingdao was speechless. Why did I have to pay Wang Ku in the end? Did I get beaten up for nothing? Come, let's talk about it one by one. Wang Ku rolled up his sleeves. Ha ha ha, brother Wang, I was just joking with you. Ha ha, what's this physical pain? We're brothers, so why are we talking about money? Let's keep going. It's more important to get to Zhuxian town. Ha! Zhang Jingdao urged. He got on his horse and galloped away. Don't run. We're brothers, so we should talk about our debts. We haven't settled the money yet. Wang Ku chased after him. As the two of them argued, they whipped their horses and headed towards Zhuxian town. However, they didn't notice that two cranes had locked onto Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao in the clouds. The two cranes chirped excitedly as if they were telling each other something. Then, one of the cranes nodded and spread its wings. It separated from the other crane. One of the cranes flew among the clouds, following Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. The other crane went back to deliver the message. 2 days later, the crane that delivered the message landed on the peak of a mountain. In front of it stood Zhang Xinxiu and a group of Golden Crow sect disciples. Found them? Ha ha ha, found them? Wang Ku, Zhang Jingdao? This time, let's see where you can run to. Zhang Xinxiu shouted ferociously. Senior brother, let's go. I want to tear those two who insulted me into pieces. The Golden Core realm expert who had been stripped naked by Wang Ku said hatefully. That's right, that's right. Senior brother, we were almost killed by Wang Ku in Wolf Immortal Town. We want revenge. Revenge. The group of Golden Crow sect disciples were rubbing their fists and clamoring. Good. Let's go now. No one has ever dared to deceive me, Zhang Xinxiu. This time, I want to let them know the consequences of offending us. Zhang Xinxiu said coldly. Yes. The Golden Crow sect disciples replied. Then, Zhang Xinxiu led the group of Golden Crow sect disciples and stepped onto the cranes around them. They instantly soared into the sky. Lead the way. Zhang Xinxiu ordered the crane that delivered the message. Screech. The crane that delivered the message gave a long screech and flew into the sky to lead the way. A large group of cranes followed behind it and rushed in the direction of Wang Ku. Chapter 46. On the second day of Wang Ku's departure from Qingjing, in a courtyard in Qingjing. I want to kill Wang Ku. I want to kill Wang Ku. Help me kill Wang Ku. I want him dead. Zhu Yan roared with bloodshot eyes. King Qing, you should recuperate first, a sinister demon said with a strange expression. Last night, when the sinister demons came out from the underground palace, they happened to see Zhu Yan naked from head to toe. The whip marks on his body were as hideous as blood, and some of the candle oil that had spilled on his body made him look even more pitiful. Worried that his demonic energy would be exposed, Zhu Yan did not even dare to break the rope that bound him. It was the sinister demons who helped Zhu Yan remove the fancy binding and the cloth in his mouth. After that night, Zhu Yan seemed to be possessed by Alpha Capricorni. He kept chanting that he wanted to kill Wang Ku. Are you going to help me? Zhu Yan looked at the sinister demons with bloodshot eyes. We want to, but we have to wait for the Netherworld Demon Conference. This time, the Hall Master and the mysterious Fifth Hall Master found a woman with the ghost fetus body. We don't want to miss it. The sinister demons shook their heads. How many of the ghost fetus body can you eat during the Netherworld Demon Conference? I know where the ghost fetus body is. I'll take you there. Zhu Yan said with bloodshot eyes. Oh! The sinister demons were surprised. Wang Ke let it slip just now. It's in Zhu Xian Town. I heard it clearly. He went to Zhu Xian Town to find Princess Serene Moon. Princess Serene Moon is the ghost fetus body. Let's go to Zhu Xian Town. Zhu Yan said anxiously. The sinister demons looked at each other as if analyzing whether Zhu Yan was telling the truth. Why don't you go to the morning assembly first? We can discuss it, a sinister demon said. *CK the morning assembly. How can I meet people in this state? I want Wang Ke dead, I want him dead. Also, he took my things, I want them back, I must take them back. Zhu Yan roared. Since Wang Ke had taken away the prayer beads that were used to conceal his demonic aura, why would he need to attend the morning assembly? Once the righteous disciples discovered that he had demonic aura on him, he would be dead for sure. Besides, with his face full of whip scars, how could he meet anyone? He had to kill Wang Ke for revenge and take back the prayer beads. Are you going or not? If you're not going, I'll go alone. At that time, I will eat the ghost fetus body myself. None of you will be able to eat it. Zhu Yan said savagely. The demons looked at each other and finally nodded. All right, we believe you. Then let's go. Zhu Yan said with red eyes. Don't. Deal with this place first, and then coax your queen to help you cover up for the next few days. An evil demon advised. Good. You guys go and call people as well. Call those close to you. We'll set off tonight and go to Vermilion Immortal Town together. I want Wang Ke dead. Zhu Yan said coldly. Okay. On the fourth day after Wang Ke left Qingjing, beside a small stream in the Shirwan Mountains, Wang Ke and Zhang Jingdao sat beside the fire and roasted a red-crowned crane. Zhang Jingdao grabbed a red-crowned crane's wing that was dripping with oil and started chewing. The taste is not bad. I didn't expect that after so many years, your cooking skills haven't changed at all. Zhang Jingdao chewed on the roasted meat and almost bit his tongue. Wang Ke watched Zhang Jingdao eat and swallowed his saliva. In the end, he did not eat. If you like it, eat more. You eat too. Zhang Jingdao urged as he ate. Wang Ke's face froze. Me? I don't dare to eat. You. What's there to be afraid of? You're so weird today. This red-crowned crane must have been sent by that bastard Zhang Xinshu. Damn it, it leaked our whereabouts. I'm so angry. You're right. This red-crowned crane doesn't have any oil or water, but it tastes good. The red-crowned crane cultivated by the Golden Crow sect is really delicious. Hey Wang Ke, why don't you eat some? Zhang Jingdao chewed until his mouth was full of juice. I don't dare to eat the red-crowned crane of the Golden Crow sect. You. Wang Ke refused with a strange expression. When did you become so afraid of the Golden Crow sect? Hey, it's fine if you don't want to eat. I don't even have enough for myself. Zhang Jingdao had a strange expression, but he ate even more vigorously. You sent that hunter just now to Zhu Xian Town? Wang Ke, why do I see your people everywhere? Just how many spies did you arrange? How can a hunter in the forest call you master? Zhang Jingdao said in disbelief as he ate the meat. These are the people I arranged to be stationed near Vermilion Immortal Town. They form a triangle with Vermilion Immortal Town. Previously, eldest cousin was in charge of this area. Otherwise, how could I have recruited eldest cousin to Vermilion Immortal Town in a single day? Now, eldest cousin has changed shifts. He's stationed here. Wang Ke gave Zhang Jingdao some meat. He's in charge of monitoring Zhu Xian Town from afar? No, from what I see, there are still people from your Wang family in Zhu Xian Town? You cheated so much money out of Zhu Xian Town, yet you still dare to leave people in Zhu Xian Town? Aren't you afraid of being hacked to death? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. Nonsense. I've been managing Zhu Xian Town for 10 years. Can it be lost just like that? The ones who escaped that day were only the Wang family's people on the surface. There are still some spies hidden deep in the ground. Wang Ku explained. You pervert. Zhang Jingdao looked at Wang Ku in disbelief. Pervert my ass. If I didn't plan ahead, how could I have saved Princess Serene Moon? How could I know the situation in Zhuxian town now? Do you really want to barge in? Do you have a death wish? Wang Ku glared at him. What's the situation in Zhuxian town? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously as he ate the meat. Nie Tianba is still alive. He's back. The people who bought the wealth management products and the big families who lent money to Nie Tianba all went to the Nie family to cause trouble. However, Nie Tianba was too stingy. He didn't even give them half a kilogram of spirit stones. In the end, some fights broke out. In the end, both sides suffered losses. Things are settled for now. Wang Ku gave Zhang Jingdao some meat. Nie Tianba is stingy? You cheated him of all his money and swindled him into a huge debt. You even stole his storage bag. That's why he can't afford spirit stones, right? It's all your fault. Zhang Jingdao rolled his eyes as he ate the meat that Wang Ku gave him. Bullsh *T. I only took his stinky money. He killed people. Princess Serene Moon's 2 subordinates didn't die miserably enough? Wang Ku glared at Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao prided himself on being shameless. However, compared to Wang Ku, he was truly ashamed. What the F***ck did you have to do with the deaths of Princess Serene Moon's 2 subordinates? How could you use that as an excuse to deceive Nie Tianba? So what do we do now? Barge into Zhuxian town and force him to hand over Princess Serene Moon with my golden core strength? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously as he ate a mouthful of meat. What if he refuses to admit that he's hiding Princess Serene Moon? What are you going to do with him? I'll beat him until he talks. If he doesn't, I'll kill him. Zhang Jingdao said viciously as he held the crane leg. Wang Ku glanced at Zhang Jingdao. All right, I'll leave this to you. If Nie Miju comes looking for you, it's none of my business. Zhang Jingdao suddenly stopped eating the meat in his mouth and shuddered. I forgot about Nie Miju. Now that Nie Miju was protecting Nie Tianba, how could he dare to kill him? Nie Tianba was also a tough character. There was no way he could force a confession out of him. What was there to ask? Besides, would Nie Miju leave Nie Tianba a powerful Dharma treasure? What if? Wang Ku looked at Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao's expression changed. Yes, what if he has a powerful Dharma treasure and tricks me later? Then what do you think we should do? Zhang Jingdao asked worriedly. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. There are 2 things to do now. One is to deal with the Golden Crow sect, and the other is to go to Zhuxian town and find Princess Serene Moon. Which one do you choose? Wang Ku looked at Zhang Jingdao as he ate the crane leg. Choose again? You let me choose before, but my face is still swollen after being beaten by Nie Miju. Now I have to choose again? Think about it first. Wang Ku handed the last piece of roast meat to Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao pondered for a while and swallowed the last piece of crane meat before he made up his mind. I really don't want to provoke Nie Miju. I'll lure the Golden Crow sect disciples away. I can't outrun Nie Miju, but can't I outrun Zhang Xinshu? It's settled. Don't fight with me. I'll lure Zhang Xinshu away. Zhang Jingdao chose an easy task. All right, then you must remember clearly that you must be constantly seen by the disciples of the Golden Crow sect. Otherwise, if you hide and they can't find you, they will go to Vermilion Immortal Town. Wang Ku said solemnly. I can't hide? Are you kidding? They're riding cranes and I'm on flying swords. How much true origin do I have to consume? Won't I be exhausted to death? Zhang Jingdao immediately refused. If you hide and they go to Zhuxian town, what should I do? Wang Ku frowned. I don't care. I'm only responsible for luring the Golden Crow sect disciples away. It's none of my business if they go to Zhuxian town. Zhang Jingdao immediately said. You only know how to be lazy. If something happens to me, who will save Princess Serene Moon? You don't care about the punishment of your superior? Wang Ku frowned. Okay, I won't hide, okay? However, if the Golden Crow sect disciples don't chase me and insist on going to Zhuxian town, don't blame me. Zhang Jingdao immediately comforted him. Zhang Jingdao thought to himself, I'll fool Wang Ku first. You want me not to hide? Keep exposing myself? Are you kidding me? When it's time to hide, I'll still hide. Anyway, the unlucky one is Wang Ku. If you think that way, I'm relieved. Wang Ku nodded. I'll definitely do what I promised you. You have to believe in my character. Zhang Jingdao thought he had fooled Wang Ku and smiled proudly. It doesn't matter. Anyway, you've already eaten this crane. Wang Ku shook his head. What do you mean? Zhang Jingdao was stunned. Don't you know? The Golden Crow sect's cranes can sense each other's location. Even if they've been dead for a few days, they can still sense each other. Now that you've eaten this crane, all the cranes in the Golden Crow sect will be able to sense your location within a few days. Anyway, you won't hide. Wang Ku explained. What? I've eaten this crane's meat and I've been locked onto by all the cranes? They can sense my location at all times? You lied to me, Wang Ku. Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. I didn't lie to you. I told you that I didn't dare to eat this meat. It was you who insisted on eating it. Wang Ku threw the blame to him. Zhang Jingdao's eyes widened. The scene was silent for a few breaths. Wang Ku, you've killed me. I'll kill you. Zhang Jingdao was so angry that he wanted to pounce on Wang Ku. Didn't you say that you won't hide? What's the difference between this and not hiding? Don't worry, Zhang Shinshu is in the Golden Core realm. You're also in the Golden Core realm. Can't you outrun him? Wang Ku comforted him. I don't care. I'm going to strangle you. You're a coward. You're afraid of being hunted down by the Golden Crow sect, but I'm not? Zhang Jingdao roared. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Who said I'm afraid of being hunted down by the Golden Crow sect? Wang Ku glared. You're not afraid? Zhang Jingdao asked in disbelief. Of course I'm not afraid. How can the Golden Crow sect's disciples kill me? I'm just worried that I won't be able to control my strength and accidentally kill them all. I'm leaving the matter of dealing with the Golden Crow sect to you because I want to save them. I'm doing this for the survival of the righteous. I don't want to kill anyone. Wang Ku said solemnly. Zhang Jingdao widened his eyes and looked at the shameless Wang Ku as if he was about to suffocate. You're only in the second tier of the Khanate realm. How can you kill a group of Golden Core realm cultivators with a single sword strike? How can you have the face to brag like that? Why don't you say that you can kill a nascent soul realm cultivator with a single sword strike? Wang Ku said seriously. I really don't want to kill anyone. Wang Ku was telling the truth. If he was threatened, the great solar undying sword in his body would protect its master and counterattack. However, Zhang Jingdao didn't believe Wang Ku's words even if he was beaten to death. He only felt that his shamelessness, which he was proud of, was nothing compared to Wang Ku. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Screech! At that moment, the sorrowful cry of an immortal crane came from the distant sky. Their expressions changed and they turned to look. Indeed, they could vaguely see a large group of immortal cranes flying over from the clouds far away. The flock of cranes seemed to have realized that their companions had been eaten. With a long cry, the flock of red-crowned cranes also cried out in grief. Then, they aggressively pounced towards Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. They're here so soon? Zhang Jingdao exclaimed. Let's go. Wang Ku pulled Zhang Jingdao and ran into the forest. In the forest, Wang Ku took out a scarecrow wearing his clothes and stuffed it into Zhang Jingdao's hands. Take my substitute with you and run. Run on your flying sword. Wang Ku urged and pushed Zhang Jingdao out of the forest, exposing him to everyone. Zhang Jingdao. Over there. Don't let him run. He ate 19 crane. Bastard, he ate 19 crane. I've been raising him for so many years. I'll kill you. Don't run. There were shouts of hatred in the distance. They all rushed towards Zhang Jingdao. Wang Ku, you bastard! If you can't save Princess Serene Moon, I'll take you down with me. Zhang Jingdao cursed gloomily and flew away on his flying sword. Zhang Jingdao flew far away, and the Golden Crow sect disciples riding on cranes quickly chased after him. Don't let him run. Escape on a flying sword? It consumes a lot of true origin. They can't fly far. Chase after them. I'm going to kill that bastard. The sounds of pursuit came from the distance. Wang Ku stood in the forest and watched the large group of people leave. He let out a long sigh. What a crazy Golden Crow sect. Zhang Shenxiu is too petty. Does he need so many people? Bah. Chapter 47. Vermilion Immortal Town, in a secret water prison of the Nie family. Princess Serene Moon was locked up in a cage in the water prison. She stared coldly at Nie Tianba outside the cage. Princess Serene Moon? You didn't expect this, did you? You've been locked up again? Nie Tianba's face was filled with pride. Nie Tianba, don't be so smug. Princess Serene Moon said coldly. Too smug? Humph, I'm not being smug too early. I'm being smug too late. Only now did I know that I have a grand aunt who holds a high position in the Heavenly Wolf sect. Why doesn't she care about the Nie family? Do you know how hard it was for me to lead the Nie family? I begged the celestial sects, but she holds a high position in a top celestial sect and doesn't care about us? Why did she wait until now to find me? Nie Tianba's eyes flashed with anger. Nie Miju came to find you? You're not satisfied? Princess Serene Moon was puzzled. How good would it be if she came half a year earlier? Half a year early? Nie Tianba's face flashed with a hint of depression. You're not a disciple of the demonic sect. What are you complaining about? Nie Miju will take you to the Heavenly Wolf sect in the future. Isn't that the best thing for you? Princess Serene Moon frowned. Nie Tianba looked coldly at Princess Serene Moon and didn't explain. Forget it. Just pretend you don't have a grandaunt. My grandaunt will send someone to pick you up in 2 days. You'd better leave then. Humph. Nie Tianba said coldly. Nie Miju? She's crazy. She actually left me in your custody? Princess Serene Moon said gloomily. You can tell her then. But it looks like you won't live for more than 2 days. Nie Tianba sneered. No, someone will come to save me soon. Princess Serene Moon didn't want to lose. Save you? Ha! Do you know where you are? This is the water prison of the Nie family. No one can save you. Nie Tianba said coldly. Didn't I get rescued last time? It worked last time and it will work this time as well. Princess Serene Moon said confidently. Last time? Nie Tianba's face darkened. The last time Princess Serene Moon was tricked out, it was a great humiliation. No, not this time. Last time, I was distracted by Wang Ku's deceit. This time, I will seal this place so that no sound can enter. If I can't hear any deceit, no one will be able to deceive you again. Nie Tianba said coldly. You! Princess Serene Moon's expression changed. In 2 days, my granduncle will come to pick you up. Once you die, I won't have to care about you anymore. Don't worry, someone will be buried with you. Nie Tianba sneered. Die with me? Who? Princess Serene Moon seemed to have a bad premonition. Who else could it be? Of course it's Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. Humph, you got such a good deal, and became a disciple of the Heavenly Wolf sect. They must care about your life and death, right? Nie Tianba sneered. What do you mean? Princess Serene Moon asked worriedly. Nothing. If they want to save you, as long as they leave the mountain gate of the Heavenly Wolf sect, I guarantee that they will die without a burial place. Nie Tianba sneered. Impossible, you are no match for them. Princess Serene Moon said anxiously. Serene Moon had secretly left the yearning bead behind to wait for Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao to save her. How could anything happen to them? Ha ha ha, let's wait and see. Nie Tianba laughed proudly. Nie Tianba, tell me clearly. Why is Wang Ku in danger when he leaves the Heavenly Wolf sect? Tell me clearly. Princess Serene Moon shouted from the other side of the cage. However, Nie Tianba ignored her and walked to the other side of the water prison. On the other side, a disciple of the Nie family was waiting. Master, are you still not leaving the water prison today? The disciple asked. No. Ancestor will be here in 2 days. We can't let anything go wrong. We can't let anyone know about this, so we don't miss out on this opportunity. Nie Tianba said. Master, don't worry. Only 3 people in the Nie family know about this water prison where Princess Serene Moon is imprisoned. None of the other disciples know about this place. This time, we won't make the same mistake as last time. The disciple said respectfully. Yes. Last time, I heard too many rumors about Wang Ku and was tricked by that liar Wang Ku. This time, I won't listen to any more rumors. I will cultivate in seclusion in this water prison and wait for Ancestor to return. Nie Tianba said. Yes. The disciple said respectfully. Ancestor gave me a flying sword. I need to refine it. You guys take care of the Nie family's affairs. Don't let anything go wrong. Nie Tianba said coldly. Yes. Go out. Unless Ancestor returns, no one is allowed to enter this water prison. Also, seal this water prison. I don't want to hear anything from the outside. Nie Tianba said. Yes. The disciple stepped out of the water prison and closed the door behind him. Nie Tianba sat cross-legged in a corner. Nie Tianba, on the other hand, sat cross-legged in a corner. A flying sword appeared in his hand, and he began to refine it. As for what Serene Moon had on her, Nie Tianba didn't touch it. He had placed a restriction on her body so he couldn't get close to her. Nie Tianba, tell me why Wang Ku is in danger. Why? Princess Serene Moon asked anxiously. However, Nie Tianba ignored her and continued to study the flying sword. Princess Serene Moon was getting more and more anxious. Did she want to harm Wang Ku by leaving the yearning pearl behind? It had been a month. Could it be that the king had already? The more Princess Serene Moon thought about it, the more worried she became. However, just as Princess Serene Moon was worrying, she suddenly heard a voice. Everyone? Do you still remember me, Wang Ku? The voice was very faint, as if it came from the bottom of her heart. Princess Serene Moon was stunned. Wang Ku's voice? How is that possible? Princess Serene Moon said in surprise. Princess Yu immediately quieted down. She closed her eyes and used her heart to feel. Suddenly, it was as if she saw an image. Wang Ku was dressed in a black robe, standing on a high platform. The platform was surrounded by people. Wang Ku seems to be giving a speech. Wang Ku is giving a speech? What's going on? Why would I see this in my heart? Princess Yu's expression suddenly changed as she remembered. I understand. The yearning pearl? The treasure my mother gave me, the yearning pearl? My mother helped me refine it and I can communicate with it telepathically. As long as the pearl isn't too far away from me, I can sense the images and sounds around it. Nie Miju threw it away in that mortal dynasty, and now it's near me? I can see images? Wang Ku. Did Wang Ku find the prayer beads and find his way here? Wang Ku came to save me. He's fine? He's fine? Nie Tianba was lying to me? Princess Serene Moon was so happy that she cried and wiped her tears. Nie Tianba, who was refining his flying sword, was confused. He didn't know what was wrong with Princess Serene Moon. Serene Moon tried to communicate with the yearning pearl, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't send a message. At most, she could hear the sounds around the pearl and see the images around it. Wang Ku wore the yearning pearl on his wrist, stood on a high platform, and spoke to countless people. Wang Ku? Thank you for saving me. Princess Serene Moon sat at the side gratefully, closed her eyes, and looked tenderly at Wang Ku in the image. Zhu Xian Town. In the hall of a cultivation family. Bang! A teacup was smashed to the ground. A group of family members looked at the family head who smashed the teacup. You've gone too far, Nie Tianba. You want me to ask Wang Ku for money? I lent it to him, but he didn't return it. You went to ask for it, and the Nie family injured you? The family head said coldly. Yes, family head. Not only us, but a few other families also went to ask for money, but they didn't get it. They were all beaten up. Of course, many of the Nie family members were also injured. A family member said with an ugly expression. Patriarch, when are we going to give you our monthly salary this month? I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, and I need money to buy the breakthrough elixirs. Family head, I picked the elixirs when I was fighting with the demonic beasts last time. You said the family would compensate us according to the price. I'm in urgent need of spiritual stones. Family head, can you? Family head, I don't have money to buy refining materials. Family head, when can I withdraw the money I saved at home? I'm running out of rice. A group of family members was urging him. You only know how to urge me. If I had money, wouldn't I give it to you? Our money was all taken by the Nie family. The family head said angrily. Family head, you lent the money to Nie Tianba to deal with Wang Ku. Why didn't you tell us? Someone was dissatisfied. The surrounding family members were out of money, and they kept provoking the family head's authority in their anxiety. As a result, the family head became more and more agitated, and a family conflict was about to happen. At this moment, when the hall was noisy, a butler rushed into the hall. Family head, there was a messenger outside the door. He said he could solve your problem. The butler handed over a letter. Solve my problem? Not unless Nie Tianba pays me back. The family head opened the letter gloomily. There was only one line of words on the letter. Do you want to get back the money you spent on the financial products? Do you want to get back the money Nie Tianba cheated you of? Noon, Gongyi Tea House, big scale dividing gold. Not waiting for you if you're late. The words made the family head's eyelids twitch, and he clenched his fists. Noon? Gongyi Tea House? Big scale dividing gold? Big scale dividing gold? Could it be? Family head? What letter? A family member asked curiously. Rich? Was he going to be rich? Quick, call all the family members. We're going to Gongyi Tea House. I want to see where the money came from. The family head ordered immediately. The family members were stunned when they heard that they had money. Then, they quickly took the letter and read it. Who sent it? However, it didn't matter who sent it. Everything would be revealed at noon. Who cared about other things? Anyway, they wouldn't lose anything if they went. What if the letter really gave them money? Go, they had to go. This scene happened not only in this family, but in almost all the families in the town. Not only that, those ordinary cultivators who had bought the financial products also received the letter. Before noon, the Gongyi Tea House in town was surrounded by a sea of people. Today, the staff of the Gongyi Tea House seemed to have expected this. They kept leading everyone to the backyard. The backyard was very big. It was like a big square and could accommodate thousands of people. More and more powerful people in town gathered in the backyard. They were all curious about the purpose of the Gongyi Tea House's gathering. At the same time, they all looked at a high platform in the middle of the backyard. There was a curtain on the high platform. However, under the eager eyes of the crowd, they could vaguely see a man sitting on an armchair, drinking tea and waiting quietly. Where's the manager of the Gongyi Tea House? Why did he call us here with an unknown letter? What's his intention? That's right. Didn't you say big scale dividing gold? Where's the money? Are you going to pay back the money for Wang Ku and Nie Tianba? Where's the money? If I don't see the money today, I'll smash your Gongyi Tea House. For a moment, the huge backyard was noisy and clamorous. The various patriarchs of the various cultivation clans allowed their disciples to clamor, but none of them said anything. They merely squinted their eyes and curiously looked behind the curtain on the high platform. Who is it? What a big deal! All the powerful people in town are gathered here? Aren't you afraid that everyone will go crazy and tear you apart? It's noon. The manager of the Gongyi Tea House shouted. Instantly, the entire backyard fell silent. Then, the curtain on the stage was slowly pulled open. On the armchair behind the curtain, a man in a black robe slowly stood up. When they saw the man's face, almost everyone's eyes widened. They were like hungry dogs who saw a meat bone and couldn't wait to pounce on him and eat him alive. Everyone? Do you still remember me, Wang Ku? The man in the black robe was none other than Wang Ku. He put down his teacup and looked at the crowd with a smile. Do we still remember you, Wang Ku? We can recognize you even if you turn into ashes. You big liar, how dare you come back? Pay back the money. Pay back the money. Chapter 48. Juxian Town, Gongyi Tea House's backyard. Give me back my money. Give me back my money. You liar. How dare you come back? I'm going to kill you. Where's my money? Where's my money? The moment they saw Wang Ku, the Gongyi Tea House's backyard was in an uproar. Countless shouts and grievances soared into the sky. The entire Juxian town could hear the shouts from the Gongyi Tea House's backyard. The cultivators' eyes were red. They rolled up their sleeves and grabbed their weapons, as if they were going to fight. The tsunami-like anger made Wang Ku's subordinates tremble. They were afraid that they would be torn apart by these people. Only Wang Ku, who was skilled and daring, stood on the stage and did not move. After the first wave of scolding ended, Wang Ku snatched the opportunity to speak. Today, I'm here to talk about money. Please don't make a fuss. Don't waste our time. Wang Ku shouted. Haven't you wasted enough of our time? Stop making a fuss. Listen to Wang Ku. Listen to him. How long are you going to make a fuss? We're here to ask for money, not to listen to your complaint. Shut up, shut up. Listen to Wang Ku. Shut up, all of you shut up. If you don't want your money back, get out. For a moment, all kinds of anxious voices could be heard in the backyard. Some people wanted to complain about being cheated by Wang Ku, but others were anxious to get their money back. They kept scolding each other. Wang Ku looked at the support he arranged in the crowd, trying to maintain order. He was not in a hurry. He waited for everyone to wake up. As expected, after the group of support said, "Listen to Wang Ku," the surroundings gradually quieted down. "Speak, speak." Someone shouted. Wang Ku nodded. It's been a few days since I returned to Vermilion Town. I've heard a lot of rumors in town. They say that I sold wealth management products just to run away with the money. I used the fake Princess Serene Moon to trick Nie Tianba's real Princess Serene Moon. I also tricked Nie Tianba out of a lot of money, causing Nie Tianba to borrow a lot of money from the family heads. As a result, there's no money in Vermilion Town now. Everyone is going crazy. That's right, someone shouted from below. Bullshit. Wang Ku shouted angrily at the person who answered. What did you say? The man glared at him. Listen to Wang Ku. Don't interrupt. Don't waste everyone's time. The support at the side immediately pulled that person back. Wang Ku took a deep breath and gathered his emotions. I can understand everyone's anxiety, but have you lost your basic judgment just because you are anxious? Can't you tell such a lousy excuse apart? Listen to him, listen to him. Don't interrupt. The support in the crowd tried to calm everyone down. I, Wang Ku, have been in Vermilion Town for 10 years. 10 years. You all know me, Wang Ku. Have I, Wang Ku, been dishonest in my business for the past 10 years? Have I, Wang Ku, ever lied to any of you before? Before this, has anyone been tricked by me, Wang Ku? Has anyone? Who? Wang Ku shouted at everyone. This shout calmed everyone's restlessness. In the past 10 years, Wang Ku had been honest in his business. Although he was the richest man in Vermilion Town, no one could find fault with him. Who would have thought that Wang Ke had only been building his reputation for the past 10 years? Everyone fell silent at Wang Ke's shout. Let's talk about Nie Tianba. How's Nie Tianba's character? If anyone here praises Nie Tianba's character, then what about it? Just pretend that I, Wang Ke, didn't say anything just now. Did I? Did anyone praise Nie Tianba? Did anyone? Wang Ke shouted at everyone. Everyone's face darkened. The Nie family was domineering, and Nie Tianba was the most domineering. It was one thing for him to dominate the market, but when they went to the Nie family to collect debts, they suffered a great loss. Many people were beaten up. Who would praise Nie Tianba? Okay, here's the problem. You don't believe me, Wang Ke, but you believe Nie Tianba's flowery words? Is that your judgment? Are you guys sick in the head? Wang Ke scolded everyone. Although everyone was angry at the scolding, they fell into deep thought. Damn it, was I wrong? Wang Ke, don't say such useless things. Return our money. Return our money. We heard you say that you'll be fine for 3 days and 3 nights. We'll accompany you to scold Nie Tianba for 3 days and 3 nights. Return the money first. One of the family heads shouted. That's right, return the money. Return the money first. Everyone was spurred on. The crowd was in an uproar again. Wang Ke waited for a while before everyone quieted down. Of course, those who shouted, "Stop talking, listen to Wang Ke," contributed greatly. Your family head Huang, right? I've heard about the situation in the past few days. You're asking me for money? Let me ask you, have I ever borrowed money from the Huang family? Wang Ke looked at the family head. Back then, you were dragged by Nie Tianba to sign a loan. You lent it to Nie Tianba, not me. Also, all the family heads, you should be clear that the money you were swindled by Nie Tianba has nothing to do with me. I, Wang Ke, will definitely take responsibility for the money I took. If it wasn't me, Wang Ke, who took the money, don't even think about blaming it on me. I'm only responsible for the money from the wealth management product. Wang Ke shouted. That's right. The people who bought the wealth management product in the crowd were agitated. Instantly, the family heads' words were stuffed back into their mouth. Their faces were flushed red. They wouldn't be able to get their money back today? The family heads were about to explode in anger. Of course, I know that you've lost your money. I invited you here today to help you get it back. Family heads, please calm down. Wang Ke said. Help us get our money back? The family heads who were about to explode in anger immediately quietened down. Everyone quieted down. After taking a deep breath, Wang Ke looked at everyone. Everyone, I, Wang Ke, have been in Vermilion Immortal Town for 10 years. You've seen the rise of the Wang family step by step. I'm sad that you've lost your money, but what about me? There were 160 people in the Wang family. 160 people are all gone. All gone. Wang Ke looked sorrowful. Everyone was puzzled. Why am I wearing this black robe today? It's not that my taste has changed. It's to pay tribute to the 160 people who died unjustly. Do you know that? You've only lost your money, but the Wang family has lost their lives. Do you know that? Wang Ke roared at everyone with red eyes. This roar shocked everyone who saw it. What did Wang Ke mean by that? Patriarch Wang, did you say that the Wang family has been wiped out? What happened? Who did it? Someone in the crowd shouted and asked the question that no one cared about. That day, the Wang family paid a huge price to capture Princess Serene Moon. We were going to wait for the people of the Golden Crow sect to come, but you insisted on visiting. I, Wang Ke, am with you. What's the big deal about that? We didn't refuse, but we were targeted by Nie Tianba. In order to snatch Princess Serene Moon, he uprooted the Wang family overnight. If I hadn't escaped with Princess Serene Moon, I'm afraid. Wang Ke looked pained. You're lying, right? That's a fake Princess Serene Moon. You used her to trick Nie Tianba into giving you the real Princess Serene Moon. You even cheated us of our ticket money. One of the patriarchs shouted. The others were about to shout, but they were interrupted by Wang Ku. Patriarch, you've been poisoned by Nye Tianba. Why do you believe everything he says? Me? I saw it with my own eyes. There are no signs of fighting in the Wang family. There's an underground tunnel in the Wang family mansion. You emptied the entire Wang family mansion, even the toilet paper. The patriarch glared. Ha 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 ha, you saw it with your own eyes? That's impossible even if you think about it. Wang Ku interrupted with a cold smile. The supporter in the crowd frowned and said, now that I think about it, it's not possible. Patriarch Wang is the richest man in Vermilion Immortal Town. He earns so many spiritual stones every day. Why would he care about a piece of toilet paper? Nye Tianba used too much force and purposely tricked me, right? Everyone was stunned. Indeed, the richest man in Vermilion Immortal Town only had eyes for a piece of toilet paper every day? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. But the Wang family mansion? The patriarch still wanted to ask. That's right. There are no signs of fighting. That's because Nye Tianba bribed my chef. We were all poisoned. How could there be any signs of fighting? As for the underground tunnel? I don't know the situation. I don't know where the tunnel came from. I'm guessing that the Nye family has been plotting to destroy the Wang family for a long time. They started digging the tunnel a long time ago. It was all Nye Tianba's doing. In the end, he framed me. Haha, can't you see? Wang Ku shouted at the patriarch. The experts frowned. They couldn't find any flaws in Wang Ku's words. What about Zhang Xinshu of the Golden Crow sect? He's a golden core cultivator. I saw it with my own eyes. He sent Nye Tianba flying with a finger. A family member said, come, shopkeeper of the Gongyi tea house. Come, slash me with your saber. Wang Ku shouted at the shopkeeper of the Gongyi tea house. While everyone was confused, the shopkeeper of the Gongyi tea house walked up to the stage and slashed at Wang Ku. The long saber radiated energy and endless power. It stirred up a gust of wind as if it was going to slash Wang Ku in half. Clang! Wang Ku caught the energy saber with 2 fingers. What? The shopkeeper of the Gongyi tea house is a second-tier Khanate realm cultivator. Wang Ku caught it with 2 fingers? That's impossible. Unless he's a golden core cultivator. Someone shouted. What do you know? This is an act. Wang Ku and the shopkeeper of the Gongyi tea house are acting. They didn't really slash him. Look, there's a crack on the saber. They did something to it, the supporter in the crowd explained. Wang Ku flicked his finger. Bam! The shopkeeper of the Gongyi tea house shattered the energy saber. The long saber that had been made into a mobile phone shattered. The shopkeeper screamed and flew backward. He crashed into a low wall not far away. The low wall that had been tampered with collapsed instantly. This was the scene where Zhang Xinshu defeated Nye Tianba with a single finger. Exactly the same? The family head's jaws dropped. Nye Tianba was running away from his debt? Was it an act? Zhang Xinshu is a fake? Is he a con artist that Nye Tianba hired to put on an act? The family heads came to a realization. Impossible, impossible. The material of Zhang Xinshu's clothes is from the Golden Crow sect. I'm in the clothes business. I can tell at a glance that the treasured clothes of the Golden Crow sect are different from those of the outside world. He must be a disciple of the Golden Crow sect. Someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone was puzzled. Wang Ku flipped his hand and took out a robe from his interspatial pouch. He tossed it out. Take a look. Is it made of this material? Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao had taken it from a Golden Core disciple of the Golden Crow sect in the Wolf Immortal Town not long ago. It was the authentic robe of a Golden Core disciple of the Golden Crow sect. The shopkeeper rushed forward to inspect it. Everyone looked at him curiously, waiting for his result. Impossible, this is impossible. The treasured robe of a Golden Crow sect Golden Core disciple? How did you get it? The shopkeeper looked at Wang Ku in surprise. Hey, you're ignorant. Don't deny it. Nye Tianba had someone impersonate a Golden Crow sect disciple. Is it difficult to find a robe? If Vermilion Town doesn't have it, do you think other towns don't have it? I bought it in another town. There are many of these clothes there. Tell me how many you want, and I'll buy them for you. How about that? Wang Ke said disdainfully. The shopkeeper had also been to other towns. Why hadn't he seen it before? But that was the truth. Wang Ke had given him one with a wave of his hand. He was indeed ignorant and inexperienced. The shopkeeper's face turned red. He didn't know how to refute. No. You can say you bought the robe, but what about the crane? Zhang Xinshu rides a crane. I know that crane. It's definitely the symbol of the Golden Crow sect. Another family head glared. Yes, a crane. That's the symbol of the Golden Crow sect. Zhang Xinshu rides a crane. We know him. Another person shouted. Wang Ke waved his hand, and a waiter from the Gongyi tea house brought over a brazier. Wang Ke took out a crane feather he had plucked yesterday from his interspatial pouch. Look, is this the one? The family heads were stunned. They went forward to inspect it. The feather was exactly the same as Zhang Xinshu's crane feather. This is? A family head was puzzled. You've been trapped in Zhuxian Town for too long. You can't see the outside world. What Golden Crow sect's unique immortal bird? Haha, there are a lot of them in other places. I also bought them in other immortal towns. Immortal crane meat can be eaten. These immortal crane feathers are used to keep warm, Wang Ke said. With that, he put the feather into the brazier and burned it. Everyone was stunned. Burning the feather of a demon-level crane for warmth? How was that possible? Are you burning the feather to destroy the evidence? A family head was unwilling to give up. However, in the next moment, Wang Ke took out a bunch of crane feathers and handed them to the family head. Don't worry, I have plenty. You can burn them too. Try to feel the feeling, Wang Ke said to everyone. It was a demon-level crane feather. Burning it? Wang Ke used to sell down jackets in his ready-made clothing store. It would be great to make down jackets. Everyone checked it. When they confirmed that it was the same feather as Zhang Xinshu's crane, they all fell silent. Didn't he know how to use wood for warmth? This was more than just a waste. It was a complete waste of resources. However, Wang Ke had no choice but to burn it. It was stored in his storage bracelet and could seal its aura. If he did not burn it quickly, the other cranes of the Golden Crow sect would soon sense it. Why? Isn't this a waste? A family head said reluctantly. The lives of the rich are so simple and unadorned. Wang Ke patted the family head's shoulder and said. The meaning behind his words was obvious. It was because they were poor that they could not imagine the lives of the rich. The family heads wanted to refute, but Wang Ke was telling the truth. They could not refute him at all. It's fake. It's all fake. So what Nye Tianba said after that was all fake? He cheated us of our money? He cheated us of our money on purpose? A family head suddenly stood up. Even the disciples of the Golden Crow sect are fake. What exalted immortal Zhang 3 times? Bulsh *t, do you take us for fools? Not only did you cheat us of our money, you even injured us. Nye Tianba, you liar. Our entire family's money, our entire family's money. After confirming that Zhang Xinshu was a fake, the family heads were filled with hatred for Nye Tianba. Did he take them for fools? Did he think that they were fooling us? Everyone, do you know what the most painful thing in the world is? Wang Ke shouted. Everyone looked at Wang Ke. The most painful thing in the world is to be alive but lose your money, Wang Ke said earnestly. Chapter 49. Zhuxian Town, Nye Family. Third uncle, bad news, bad news. A Nye family disciple ran into the courtyard. What's going on? Why is the town so noisy? An old man from the Nye family asked in a deep voice. I just went to the Gongyi tea house to take a look. There are so many people. I couldn't squeeze in. I heard someone shouting something about Wang Ke. Third uncle, did Wang Ke come back? The disciple asked worriedly. How is that possible? If Wang Ku came back, wouldn't he have been eaten alive? The old man said coldly. They might be eating Wang Ku alive. Should we inform the family head? We can't. The family head said he was in seclusion. I don't know where he went. You guys go again and squeeze in to see what's going on. The old man said in a deep voice. Yes. Nia family's water prison. Princess Serene Moon, who was in the cage, closed her eyes to sense the yearning pearl and saw everything that happened in the Gongyi tea house. Listening to Wang Ku distorting black and white, and widely deceiving a group of cultivators, Yi Zichen couldn't help but sigh. If someone had mentioned this to Serene Moon in the past, Princess Serene Moon wouldn't have believed it. Today, she really learned something. The most painful thing in the world is to be alive but have no money. Hearing Wang Ku's words, Princess Serene Moon finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Her laughter caused Nye Tianba, who was refining his flying sword not far away, to quiver. He opened his eyes and looked at Princess Serene Moon. What's going on? Didn't Princess Serene Moon go crazy and make a ruckus just now? Why is she laughing now? Is she crazy? Princess Serene Moon, what are you laughing at? Nye Tianba couldn't understand. Nothing, I just think you're going to be unlucky. Princess Serene Moon laughed. Unlucky? Wang Ku is unlucky, but I won't be unlucky. Last time I was deceived once. This time, do you think I will be deceived by your flowery words again? Moreover, your ability to deceive people is far inferior to Wang Ku's. Nye Tianba snorted coldly, ignoring Princess Serene Moon. Princess Serene Moon's attention was focused on the stage of Gongyi Tea House. Naturally, she had no intention of arguing with Nye Tianba. In the video, after Wang Ku said, "The most painful thing in the world is to be alive but lose your money," the whole backyard of the Gongyi Tea House fell into dead silence and irritation. How heart-wrenching! Every blade is stabbing into our hearts. Pain? That's right, everyone has been suffering during this period of time. Although this money is also ill-gotten, it is also my money. Won't it be heartbreaking to lose it like this? The customers that Wang Ku sold his wealth management products to were not good people. Therefore, Wang Ku didn't have any psychological burden when he tried to bluff them now. Wang Ku, what's the point of saying so much? Where's the money? Where's the money that you mentioned in your letter? Where's the money? A family head shouted. That's right, Wang Ku, where's the money? Look, this is the contract. I brought it with me. Return the money. I don't want the interest. Return the money to me. Everyone shouted. At this moment, everyone had accepted that Nye Tianba had lied to them. However, without seeing the money, does it matter who lied to them? As long as you give us the money, we will all believe you. Now let's talk about money, Wang Ku shouted. Without the need for the support in the crowd to speak, everyone quieted down instantly. Everyone's money can be divided into two categories. First, the money that was scammed by Nye Tianba. Second, you want to return the money you spent on the wealth management products, correct? Am I right? Wang Ku asked. That's right. Everyone shouted. Let's talk about the money that was scammed by Nye Tianba later. First, let's talk about the money you spent on the wealth management products, Wang Ku said. All right. Everyone shouted. You all know that the Wang family was wiped out by Nye Tianba. All the money you spent on the wealth management products was stolen by Nye Tianba. Now, the mountains of gold and silver are piled up in the Nye family. As long as I get the money back, I will return it to you according to the contract, Wang Ku said. What? Are you saying that you won't return the money if we don't get Nye Tianba's money back? Someone said angrily. Shut up. Let the family head finish. The support in the crowd shouted. That's a good question. If we don't get the money back, I won't return the money? Do you all think that I'm as unreasonable as Nye Tianba? No, you're looking down on me too much. I, Wang Ku, have been doing business for so many years, and I've always put my reputation first. What do I, Wang Ku, rely on when I do business? Conscience. Conscience. Do you understand? Wang Ku scolded the crowd. However, when Wang Ku scolded them like that, they didn't know why, but they felt strangely comfortable. When I, Wang Ku, make money, no one can take advantage of me. I've never taken advantage of anyone. The account book that recorded the wealth management products you bought was stolen by the Nye family. As long as we can get the account book back, I, Wang Ku, will return the money. Wang Ku shouted at the crowd. Family head Wang, you won't return the money if we can't get the account book back? Someone said impatiently. Family head Wang, do you still have money? Shut up. Let the family head speak. Someone in the crowd interrupted. Everyone, do you know what happened during this time? Why did the Golden Crow sect remove the bounty for Princess Serene Moon? Why did I, Wang Ku, dare to come back? Wang Ku looked at the crowd. Everyone was confused. Because that day when the Nye family exterminated my family, I fled in a hurry and took Princess Serene Moon with me. I went to the Gate of Immortality to receive the reward and handed over Princess Serene Moon. Only then did the Golden Crow sect remove the bounty. Wang Ku explained. You handed Princess Serene Moon to the Golden Crow sect? The Golden Crow sect took you in as a disciple because of the bounty? Everyone was surprised. Wang Ku didn't explain whether he was a disciple of the Golden Crow sect or the Sky Wolf sect. He just waved his hand. Whoosh! A flying sword instantly flew around Wang Ku and shot out beams of light. Everyone's eyes turned red. Flying sword? That's a flying sword. Even a golden core cultivator might not have such a Dharma treasure. How could you have it? Everyone exclaimed. Flying swords were a legend in ordinary immortal towns. Now, it had appeared in front of Wang Ku. I joined the Gate of Immortality and was given a flying sword. What's so difficult about that? Wang Ku flipped his hand and put away the flying sword. At this moment, who wouldn't believe Wang Ku's words? At the same time, they secretly cursed Wang Ku's luck. Although his family was dead, he had joined the Gate of Immortality. The Golden Crow sect had 5 spots. Did he use the other 4 to exchange for a flying sword? Everyone, do you think that I, Wang Ku, can't afford to return the money? Wang Ku looked at everyone. How could he not have money after joining the Golden Crow sect? This flying sword is more than the money we used to buy wealth management products. I think some of you must have lost the contract, right? Wang Ku looked at everyone. That's right. I thought you were dead and I tore it up in anger. Me too. I took the contract to the Nye family and they tore it up. Some unlucky people in the crowd said gloomily. It doesn't matter. As long as I find the Wang family's account book, I will exchange it according to the account book. Everyone, do you think I have to find the account book? Wang Ku looked at those people. You must find it. You must find it. The group of people immediately said excitedly. How long has it been? The account book might have been destroyed by the Nye family, right? One of the family heads frowned. That's right. That's why I'm here. It doesn't matter if the account book is destroyed. The Wang family has a backup account book. Wang Ku said. Everyone was stunned. A backup? The backup account book is in the hands of my wife. As long as you find my wife, the truth will be revealed. Wang Ku explained. Your wife? We haven't heard of her? Everyone was shocked. It's been 10 years. How come we don't know that you have a wife? My wife has never left the house in the past 10 years. Of course, you don't know her. However, all of you have seen her face. Wang Ku explained. What? Everyone was confused. Wang Ku waved his hand and a scroll appeared in his palm. The scroll opened and the portrait of a graceful woman appeared. Everyone looked up to see. It's her? Everyone exclaimed. In the Nye family's water prison, Princess Serene Moon's face suddenly turned red. The woman in the portrait was her. Who wants to be your wife? Princess Serene Moon said softly with a red face. In the backyard of the Gongyi tea house, all the family heads stared at the portrait. The portrait was too familiar. Wasn't it the Princess Serene Moon that Zhang Xinxiu and Nie Tianba wanted them to find? In the Wang family, my wife is in charge of the money. She hid a lot of money in different places. Therefore, after Nie Tianba destroyed the Wang family, he was still not satisfied. He tried to capture my wife and force her to tell him all the savings of the Wang family. He even made up an excuse to tell you that she was some Princess Serene Moon? He asked you to find her for him, right? Ha 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 ha, nonsense. Does Nie Tianba think you're all idiots? Wang Ke shouted at everyone. The family heads. Veins popped out on the foreheads of the family heads. They were burning with anger. So that was not Princess Serene Moon, but Wang Ke's wife? I can tell you clearly that my wife was captured by Nie Tianba. For safety's sake, she told you a few places where the Wang family's savings were. Nie Tianba has already sent people to retrieve the money. However, there are still many places that have not been touched. My wife must be stalling for time to buy me time. My wife is imprisoned somewhere in the Nie family. As long as you save my wife, all the accounts of the wealth management product will be revealed. All the money from the wealth management product will be given to you. Are you willing to help me save my wife? Wang Ke shouted. Yes. The people who bought the wealth management product shouted. Today, I, Wang Ke, have returned to take revenge for the people who died tragically in the Wang family. At the same time, I want to save my wife. I will also sort out everyone's accounts. I want to find Nie Tianba and seek justice for everyone. Wang Ke shouted. Good. Family head Wang is generous. The people who lost the contract shouted. Family head Wang, you want us to be your henchmen and help you deal with the Nie family, right? One of the family heads saw the reason and asked coldly. Everyone fell silent and looked at Wang Ke. That's right. Family heads, are you not willing? Wang Ke said very directly. No one expected Wang Ke to be so direct. However, they did not argue and waited for Wang Ke to continue. Why should we help you? Besides, do you think the Nie family is so easy to deal with? The family head said coldly. During this period of time, the other families had been in constant conflict with the Nie family, but they had never won. Therefore, no one dared to make an enemy of the Nie family. What's so difficult about them? I've asked around. You suffered a loss at the hands of the Nie family, right? Wang Ke sneered. So what? The family head's face was cold. Stupid, stupid beyond belief. Wang Ke scolded. What did you say? The family head glared. The Nie family is the #1 cultivation family in Vermilion Town. If you're not stupid, then what are you? Wang Ke scolded. Huh. Everyone was stunned. Didn't you want us to help you deal with the Nie family? Now you're saying we're stupid? Of course you'll fail if you go against the Nie family alone. However, can't you unite and go together? How many people does the Nie family have? How many people do you have? How many greater heaven stage cultivators does the Nie family have? How many greater heaven stage cultivators do you have? If you unite, you'll be several times stronger than the Nie family. However, you split up and attack. If that's not stupid, then what is? Wang Ke scolded. Do you think unity is enough? Nie Tianba is at the peak of the greater heaven stage. How can we be a match for him? One of the family heads scolded. That's because you family heads are afraid of death. You're afraid of being killed by Nie Tianba, so you don't dare to risk your life. Can't all of you attack together? Wang Ke sneered. The family heads' faces darkened, and no one said a word. It's true that Nie Tianba might not win if we attack together, but there will be casualties. What if the person who dies is me? I just want the money, not my life, you know? I can only say that Nie Tianba is too much of a threat to you. You're afraid of death, afraid that others will take advantage of your death, so you don't dare to attack Nie Tianba. However, do you think I'm afraid? Wang Ke looked at the family heads. The family heads' expressions changed as they remembered Wang Ke's flying sword. From now on, leave Nye Tianba to me. Do you still dare to go to the Nye family to collect your debt? Wang Ku looked at the family heads. All the family heads' expressions changed. That's right, King has a flying sword, so he can definitely deal with Nye Tianba. If he can deal with Nye Tianba, then what do we have to fear from the ordinary Xiantian disciples of the Nye family? Family head Wang, are you confident? One of the family heads asked with a frown. Wang Ku knew that they were tempted when he heard that. All right, I'm going to the Nye family to save my wife. I'm going to pay respects to my Wang family's disciples. At the same time, I'm going to take back all of my family's money. Everyone, if you want to go, tell me and come with me to the Nye family to get your hard-earned money. The money we get will be used to repay the financial product contract. If there's any surplus, I, Wang Ku, will not take a single cent and will distribute it to everyone. As for those who don't want to go, just stay here and watch. When the time comes, don't even think about getting back the money that the Nye family cheated you out of, because after today, the Nye family will no longer exist in Vermilion Immortal Town. I'll go. I'll go too. Family head Wang will go with you. Defeat Nye Tianba. Save Madame Wang. Return my hard-earned money. Defeat Nye Tianba. Save Madame Wang. Return my hard-earned money. The entire backyard of the Gongyi tea house was filled with shouts. They were not going to collect debts, they were going to wipe out the Nye family and rob them. With Wang Ku's flying sword to deal with Nye Tianba, what were they afraid of? We want our hard-earned money back. This is what we deserve. It was only right and proper that they should repay their debts. Those who bought the financial product were naturally willing to do so. The family heads had a mental struggle. They agreed without hesitation. Needless to say, they had been bullied by Nye Tianba and were filled with resentment. If they were late, the Nye family would be gone. How would they be able to collect their debts then? All right, let's not waste any time. We'll go now. Wang Ku shouted. Okay. Their shouts echoed throughout Vermilion Immortal Town. With Wang Ku as the leader, almost all the experts in Vermilion Immortal Town followed suit. They were all rubbing their fists, their eyes red. As soon as they stepped out of the Gongyi tea house, they bumped into the disciples of the Nye family who had come to collect information. That's a disciple of the Nye family. Don't let him run away. Stop right there. Someone shouted. Before Wang Ku could say anything, the disciples of the Nye family were beaten black and blue by the group of experts before they could react. Do you want to die? Do you know who I am? I'm Nye Jingyun. Let me go. The disciple of the Nye family shouted. That's right. You kicked me 3 times when I went to your house to ask for money. Someone in the crowd shouted. Tie them up and bring them to the Nye family. Wang Ku ordered. Yes. Soon, the disciples of the Nye family who had come to collect information were all tied up. Defeat Nye Tianba, save Madame Wang, and return my hard-earned money. This group of people shouted their slogan and swaggered through the street. They walked through the busiest street of Vermilion Immortal Town, attracting many curious gazes. They didn't know what was going on, so they all pointed at Wang Ku's group and clicked their tongues in wonder. The waiters of the Gongyi tea house had put up banners and carried them in the crowd to let the unrelated people in Vermilion Immortal Town know what was going on. He saw the words written on the banner. Defeat the evil Nye Tianba. Let's not be silent anymore. Let's shout. Where there's oppression, there's resistance. Eliminate the malignant tumor of Vermilion Immortal Town, the Nye family. Evil Nye family. Get out of Vermilion Immortal Town. Chapter 50. Outside Zhuxian Town. Screech. 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 A flock of cranes carrying the Golden Crow sect's disciples pounced on Zhang Jingdao, who was on a flying sword. Zhang Jingdao put on some ugly makeup on his face, but it was useless. Be careful. Don't let him escape. They are heading in your direction. Be careful. We must catch them this time. These 2 bastards won't be able to escape this time. The Golden Crow sect's disciples cried out anxiously. Boom! Zhang Jingdao abruptly threw the Wangku in his hand towards a group of Golden Crow sect disciples. He only managed to escape after knocking away a red-crowned crane. Zhang Jingdao threw Wangku away. Catch Wangku! Quick! Wangku! This bastard deserves to die. Catch him! The group pounced on Wangku. Zhang Jingdao took the opportunity to fly away, but the cranes were still following him. The group of people finally found Wangku, who had fallen to his death on the ground. A scarecrow? This is just a scarecrow? Zhang Jingdao and Wangku lied to us again. Damn it! I'm going to kill them. The group of people chased after them on cranes again. Zhang Jingdao, who had flown to the horizon, was filled with grief and indignation. Wangku, you bastard, you've tricked me so badly. It's useless no matter where I run. They can sense my position at all times. They'll catch up with me as soon as I take a break. They'll catch up with me as soon as I take a break. I can't stop. I'm so tired. They can ride cranes without consuming any energy, but I'm on a flying sword. Flying swords consume a lot of my true yuan. I'm almost out of strength. It's over, it's over. Zhang Jingdao cursed Wangku as he flew. Zhang Jingdao flew in the direction of Zhuxian town. Wangku is only at the second level of the Xiantian realm? Putting aside the fact that Nie Tianba is at the peak of the Xiantian realm, there are still dozens of Xiantian realm cultivators in the Nie clan. If you go alone, you won't be able to save Princess Serene Moon. Even if your cultivation technique is stinky enough, how many people can it stink? The Nie family's spit is enough to bury you. You definitely won't be able to save Princess Serene Moon. In that case, help me take some of the heat. Help me attract the attention of a group of Golden Crow sect disciples, and the pressure on me will lessen. No, it's better for you to be unlucky than me. Wangku, you only have yourself to blame. You tricked me once, this time I'm going to make you pay for it. With that, Zhang Jingdao charged towards Vermilion Immortal Town. He wanted to divert the trouble. He went to screw over Wangku. Zhuxian Town. Wangku led the group through the streets of Vermilion Immortal Town, attracting more and more curious gazes. After all, he had never seen such a scene before. It was really an unprecedented event. Previously, when the various families went to the Nie family to collect debts, it was just a small scene. This was a big scene. Wangku was back? Sure enough, only Wangku could play tricks with debts. TSK, look at that banner. What hegemony of beating the Nie family. What, don't be silent and shout. Originally, there were only 1,000 people in the group, but now there were more than 4,000 to 5,000 people. Most of them were here to watch the show, and the crowd was very noisy. Not to mention the strangeness of this cultivator parade, the Nie family had already received the news and were all dumbfounded. What? 4,000 to 5,000 people came? Are your eyes playing tricks on you? Wangku. They followed Wangku? How did you get the news? If Wangku appeared, wouldn't he be eaten alive by them? What? They want to destroy my Nie family? When the news came, the Nie family was already in a mess. When Wangku and the others arrived at the Nie family's gate, the gate was already closed. How could something like this happen? This was too strange. Where's the family head? Where is the family head? Hurry and inform the family head. I don't know where the family head went. Who knows where the family head is? Unfortunately, after asking around, no one in the Nie family knew where Nie Tianba was. Those who knew where Nie Tianba was were ordered by Nie Tianba not to disturb him no matter what happened outside. What should they do? At the gate of the Nie family's gate. Break the gate open. Wangku pointed at the gate and shouted. However, at this moment, the powerhouses suddenly fell silent. They had been shouting excitedly on the road, but now that they were here, they shrank back a little. After all, Nie Tianba was too powerful in Vermilion Town. Were they really going to fall out with the Nie family? It was easy to break the gate, but who would be the first to do it? No one wanted to be the first to do it. If Nye Tianba ran away and pursued the matter, the first to break the gate would definitely be the unlucky one. Seeing everyone's reaction, Wang Ku understood the reason and knew that he had to add fuel to the fire. Wang Ku was about to speak when a ray of light suddenly flew over Vermilion Town. Wang Ku! Wang Ku, where are you? Come with me. An anxious voice sounded. It was Zhang Jingdao in the sky. He wanted to take Wang Ku away to share his burden. After all, in Zhang Jingdao's eyes, Wang Ku could not do it alone. Zhang Jingdao, you bastard, why are you in Vermilion Town? Wang Ku suddenly shouted. The powerhouses in Vermilion Town were shocked. Zhang Jingdao? I heard from Nye Tianba that he is a liar arranged by Wang Ku. He is very weak, only in the Khanate realm. Someone looked at Zhang Jingdao in surprise. Bullshit, can you believe Nye Tianba's words? Is he in the Khanate realm? Khanate realm? Even if he has a flying sword, he doesn't have enough true qi and true essence to fly on it. Khanate realm cultivators can control flying swords at most. Only Golden Core realm cultivators can fly on flying sword. How can Zhang Jingdao be in the Khanate realm? He is in the Golden Core realm. A Golden Core realm cultivator from the Golden Crow sect? Wang Ku called him by his name? Wang Ku really joined the Golden Crow sect. Wang Ku didn't lie to us. There was a commotion in the crowd. Zhang Jingdao, who was in midair, also heard Wang Ku's shout. He immediately turned his head and saw Wang Ku surrounded by thousands of people. Zhang Jingdao's eyes suddenly widened. Impossible, impossible. Isn't Wang Ku alone? Where did he find so many people to follow him? Are they from Zhuxian Town? Aren't they going to eat Wang Ku alive? Why are they all supporting Wang Ku? Zhang Jingdao flew over in surprise. Zhang Jingdao couldn't understand. Don't you want to kill Wang Ku? Why are you all following Wang Ku? I thought that Wang Ku couldn't deal with the Nye family and save Princess Serene Moon, so I came back to trick Wang Ku. Did I mess up the whole thing? Zhang Jingdao, didn't I tell you to stay far away from Zhuxian Town? Why did you come to Zhuxian Town? You are going to ruin my plan. You've messed up my plans by coming here. Do you want to be punished by your superior? Wang Ku angrily rebuked. He could imagine that once Zhang Jingdao came, Zhang Shenxiu and the others would soon arrive. What should he do? My mobilization meeting has reached the most critical moment. I thought you were going to help. Zhang Jingdao immediately said with a bitter face. Zhang Jingdao knew that he was in the wrong. He had ruined Wang Ku's plan. If he couldn't save Princess Serene Moon, he would be in trouble. But since he was already here, he couldn't say that he was here to trick him. He could only say that he was here to help him. I need your help? You and I are each responsible for one thing. We each do our own thing. You should do your job well. Wang Ku glared. Me? I can't do it. Wang Ku, my true essence is almost exhausted. If I continue to fly like this, I will be finished. Zhang Jingdao immediately complained. Finished? What's finished? Why do you keep flying? Wang Ku said in surprise. Isn't it your fault? No matter where I go, they can know where I am. If I don't fly, what can I do? I am so tired. Zhang Jingdao complained. Wang Ku glared at Zhang Jingdao. Is your brain damaged? I used to think that you were quite smart. Why are you always crazy now? What do you mean? Zhang Jingdao glared and said unhappily. Flying is their strength. You are comparing your weakness to their strength. If you are not crazy, what is? Wang Ku glared. If I don't fly, where can I go? Zhang Jingdao's voice lowered as if he thought of something. They can fly, but you can't go underground. Damn it, how did you rob tombs in the past? Don't you know how to dig tunnels? What can they do to you? Use your strength to deal with their weakness. If your brain isn't damaged, what is? Wang Ku scolded. Zhang Jingdao's face stiffened. Slap. Zhang Jingdao slapped himself hard. Today, he kept thinking about how he was tricked by Wang Ku. He felt uncomfortable. Why didn't he think of that? If I don't fly, I will go underground. How can those cranes compete with me in digging tunnels? Screech. The cry of a crane came from the distant sky. Wang Ku's face changed. It's too late. Zhang Jingdao, if I fail because of you this time, I will kill you. It's too late to dig a tunnel now. Go to the one that you walked through. Wang Ku kicked Zhang Jingdao's butt and kicked Zhang Jingdao onto the flying sword. Wang Ku, I'm going. Zhang Jingdao was not angry. He stepped on the flying sword and instantly shot into the sky. Damn it, I've really embarrassed myself this time. Why did I do that? Why did I compete with a bunch of cranes? Zhang Jingdao flew away and lured away the immortal cranes that wanted to follow him from afar. However, the conversation between Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao was heard by everyone. What's going on? Isn't Wang Ku in the Khanate realm? He scolded and kicked a Golden Core Realm disciple of the Golden Crow sect? That Golden Core Realm expert didn't lose his temper at all? Which big shot of the Golden Crow sect is Wang Ku a disciple of? Why does he have such a high status? He can scold and kick a Golden Core Realm expert as he pleases? Wang Ku has a high status in the Golden Crow sect? High status? If that's the case, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to propose to recruit another disciple for the Golden Crow sect? If Wang Ku thinks I'm a good person, wouldn't it be easy to recommend me to the Golden Crow sect as a disciple? In an instant, everyone looked at Wang Ku with fervent eyes. Wang Ku turned around and was about to add fuel to the fire, but when he turned his head, he saw everyone's fervent eyes. Patriarch Wang said to break the gate. I'll do it. I'll do it. Let me do it. A group of people rushed into the gate of the Nye residence. Boom. The gate of the Nye residence flew out with a loud bang, and the walls around the gate frame cracked from the impact. Wang Ku was stunned. Why are these people so enthusiastic? Aren't they afraid that the bird that sticks out will be shot? Indeed, they were not afraid anymore. They even rushed to show off in front of Wang Ku. What bird that sticks out gets the worm? Patriarch Wang, what should we do now? Everyone looked at Wang Ku with fervent eyes. Catch all the members of the Nye family. Don't let anyone escape. If anyone dares to run, beat him until his mother can't recognize him. Wang Ku ordered. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Immediately, they rushed to every corner of the Nye residence like wolves and tigers. As for the Nye family disciples, they were all terrified. Don't come over. What are you doing? We're the Nye family. Are you blind? Don't come over. Ah! Don't hit me. Don't hit my face. Ouch, you dare to hit me? Ouch. The Nye family, which was full of evil in the past, was now being baptized by a mob. There was no such thing as the worst, only worse. The people who had been beaten by him in the past were now being extremely rude to him. What sin has my Nye family committed?